check. Check 1, 2. Greetings, everyone. Hello. How are you? It's Friday. It's RPG time. Draconics, welcome in. Mad Locust, welcome in. Broken Quest, welcome in. How is everybody doing on this fine Friday afternoon? Or at least for me, it's afternoon. I am ready to boat out with my sail out, if you know what I mean.
I can't circle. I don't have my telestrator today, but what? Here comes a pizza. See it?
Oh!
Jeez. Highly unnecessary.
There's nothing more necessary than pizza. Thank you, Broken Quest. I think we're just about ready here. I just need to grab my pen. And eat this piece of chocolate that you're probably hearing me unwrap. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this. We're gonna pause this music, and we're gonna go right over here. Oh, green. That's fun. One moment. Let's figure out why that's happening. Here's the music again. Okay, my capture card needs to be reset. Just a moment. is open so I can talk to y'all. I think I just need to power cycle the retro tank. It doesn't get power cycled very often. Actually, I'm curious. Oh, interesting. That's really weird. Alright, hang on. So what if we do this? Okay. That's so wild. What if I do this? Huh. Alright, let's power cycle it. There we go. Alright, we're good. Okay, sorry about that. We're all good here. We're all fine. How are you? Okay, now we can come back over here. And I need to switch the source on this TV so I can see my computer. Alright. That's better. I just needed to power cycle the retro tank. That's never happened in that way before. So now I know that that's what the green swatch means. Had nothing to do with the capture card, it's just the retro tank. It doesn't get power cycled very often. Because this particular TV sends 5 volts to the USB port that it has, even if it's on standby, which is great because it means I don't have to have this TV on in order to use the retro tank, because I don't necessarily always need that, since I play that on this TV most of the time. But the result is that the retro tank is always on, basically. Which, as far as I can tell, and as far as I have researched, is not a problem. I guess other than that. Okay, I'm gonna leave this music on while we do the recap, since there's no music here. Well, no, let's do game music. Let's do game music while we recap. We'll just load in. I'm gonna have to turn my speakers up a little bit, I think. Just a hair. Just a fraction. Might have to turn the AC up as well. I'm hot. Hot today. And the music in this game is so quiet. Yeah, it's really quiet. Oh, also we're at the wrong scaling. Oh, you can fix that. Excuse me? Oh. This was gonna be my my solution. Hello, how are you? There we go. All right. We're firing on all cylinders here. So we're going to talk about what happened last week. Let me know if the game audio needs to go up or down, please. Yesterday was day 1, so we learned a lot. We experienced a lot. We have a lot to go over. We met a lot of characters as well. Presumably our 108 stars. We're assuming that we met quite a few of them yesterday, just in this first town. We've only been in 2 areas, really. This town and the next one over. And we've met a ton of characters so far, so that's kind of exciting. We'll just start from the top here. The first thing that I wrote in my notes is kind of weird because it's not story related, because we got thrown right into a battle at the beginning of the game. So the first thing I wrote down is Captain determines mobility. which without context doesn't make any sense. But this is related to ship battles. Because the very first thing we did in the game was a ship battle, which is really interesting because we have not done a ship battle since. We spent most of our time doing traditional turn-based character battles, and then we did some ship travel after we graduated, and we did some random encounters while sailing, but it was like Skies of Arcadia style on the deck of the ship, not actually battling ship to ship. So we haven't done that again yet, but I'm sure it's coming soon. So the very first thing we did was a ship battle, which is kind of like this battleship grid-based tactical thing. It was fun. It was very simple, or at least, you know, the first tutorial fight was. And then we find out that we are graduating from night school. Not like, you know, after your full-time job in the evening night, but like night as in nobility, serving a lord, and that sort of thing. We're graduating from the School of Knights, the Knight Academy, if you will, and we find out that there's an enemy nation called Kuluk, led by a fearsome person named Troy, who the commander of our army or academy, named Glenn, is very bitter about having lost to Troy in whatever great battle or conflict recently took place. And we are here in the city of Razoril, in the larger realm of Gaian. We are the Knights of Gaian. I don't know if Gaian is a country or an island or a city. It's unclear. Well, I guess it's not a city because Razoril is a city. So Gaian's not a city, but we don't know if it's a kingdom or a empire or what. Or maybe we were told, but I didn't write it down. Gaian is some type of larger nation-esque conglomerate state. And then I'm not going to go through every character that we met here, I don't think, but we met quite a few. We have some like friend characters in a very like Japanese school anime style, which I like a lot, where you can kind of go around and talk to these other knight cadets that were in our graduating class, and then some like underclassmen. And there's like a dynamic where like the underclassmen look up to the upperclassmen, and there's like a little bit of like camaraderie, but also like hazing. So it's very school-like. You know, it's a parallel, analogous to a lot of like other media that we could all probably list a handful of. But it's a useful trope for them to lean on. I like it. It like instantly provides a little bit of lore and world building without a lot of legwork. So I like that a lot. It's very readily understood. And then our best friend, presumably, our companion, is Snow, this kind of slightly smug, slightly holier-than-thou knight captain. He is the son of Lord Vincent Vingerhut. And he's a little bit full of himself. Everybody thinks he's super cool. You know, skinny Gaston vibes a little bit. But he's like nice to us and makes sure to like kind of include us in a little bit of his laurel resting. Glenn is our commander. And then after we played for a little bit, we found out that we are actually like a ward of Snow or the Vingerhut family. So we were like found stranded in the ocean. We don't know who we are. We don't know our family origin or whatever. I'm sure that'll be part of this story. Well, maybe it won't. Maybe we'll just, you know, maybe we're just intended to be an avatar with no backstory and we'll never get one. I guess that's also possible. But I have a feeling it's going to be part of the story for us to either seek out or be smacked in the face with where we came from. And the way we find this out is we have a conversation with Glenn, the commander, who says that he has the ability to grant us independence from Snow. And that kind of like raised a flag, and we were like, what does that mean? And as we talked to a few more characters and saw some more stuff play out, we kind of pieced it together that we're almost like Snow's brother, just adopted, basically. We've lived with him for we don't really know how long. We don't know if it's like since we were babies or more recent. But our character seems to... Laszlo is our name, by the way. I should start referring to him by his name. Laszlo seems to admire Snow in a similar way to everyone else. He seems to want to kind of be like him. Our character doesn't have a lot of dialogue so far, and probably won't be voiced outside of battle, but we'll see. I guess. But every time we have like little scenes with them together, there's all these very little subtle animations, especially this one particular one when you finish battles and level up, where you can kind of tell that like Laszlo sees Snow like a older brother kind of figure and is like trying to be like him and look up to him. And whether it's because he thinks he's strong, or he's cool, or that he's just doing the right thing to do, so he should also do the right thing to do. You know, we don't really know specifically why, but it's definitely happening. So yeah, we have some kind of like debt or fealty to Lord Vingerhut for saving us. And we just heard that from some random NPC. So pretty wild that we could have missed that little bit of backstory and lore. But it is cool that we have this kind of small town feel where like everybody knows everybody. Like all the NPCs know who Snow are, and a lot of them know who we are, and they know how Snow and Laszlo are, you know, kind of related, not like actually related, but you know what I mean. We also found a bunch of mini games. Well, and when I say a bunch, really I mean 2. But we found 2 mini games that are pretty involved and seem pretty difficult, and both have a reward structure, and both seem to be hosted by characters who are recruitable, which has been a tradition in the first 2 games that we've played so far. So presumably these minigame characters are also recruitable. And we played both of them a little bit, one of them more than the other. And well, I guess I'll just say one of them is Beyblade, and that one is super involved. The reward structure is very tangible and written out. We know exactly what we have to do in that game, but it seems pretty hard and pretty random. And then the other game is just a dice game that is pretty much entirely RNG, that I guess potentially could be a way to make money, but it's certainly no cups, and probably has a character recruit associated with it. And all the rest of the stuff that I have in my notes here is just notes about characters that we met. I didn't really write down any of the things that happened, but I can remember what happened. We graduated from school, and then there was like a feast party thing for all the graduating class, and we went to that, and then there were pirates in this back alley, and everybody was very cavalier about it. And then a girl was abducted. We rescued the girl from the pirates, which was optional, by the way. Very bizarre. We didn't really get anything for saving the girl, so that was odd. We might have gotten like a potion or something like that, but it wasn't like anything significant. And we spent quite a bit of time trying to figure it out because I couldn't figure out where she was. And then we got like real quests that are like our first assignments as knights, where we had to go out on our ship, and we were given 2 choices, and one of them sounded more fun than the other, and the person giving us the quest was like, you'll have to do both of these eventually. And so I chose the boring one to do first, which was battle enemies at sea. We did that, we came back, we got a little reward or something like that. And then when we went to go do the second quest, instead we were given like a bigger, larger, seemingly more story quest. So I got a little confused by that. We never got a chance to go and do that other request. I don't know if maybe it'll show up on some like side quest list when there's like downtime between story quests, and maybe we're locked into some kind of like event flag right now. you know, getting a little too inside baseball with myself there. But that's just how I think about these games, especially older ones. So we'll see about that, I guess. But our next assignment is supposed to come from Glenn, a special assignment. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to go to the boat and see if I can do any optional stuff. And then after we've exhausted that, we'll go talk to Glenn, who's presumably going to give us the next story thing. So that's what's going on. That's what we're in for today. I'm going to crack open my weird tea. I got my Mario RPG shirt on. Please perceive. Please be amazed. And let's go. Shall we? Rocking the red tea today. My personal favorite. I am amazed. Thank you for being amazed, Broken Quest. Yes, cheers to anyone with or without a beverage. Happy Friday to those who celebrate. Wait, where is this? Okay, this is what I thought it was. I just didn't remember this being a door. The Hall of Knights. You guys got anything exciting planned this weekend? Or anything cool happen with y'all this week? Would love to hear about it. Nothing uneventful, or nothing super eventful happened here this week, other than, you know, it being a short week because of the holiday, which is nice. Okay, so this guy is definitely funneling us towards the next story thing, so we're just going to do that. Oh, you have the walkthrough book for this game, Mad Locust. Nice. I guess, let me ask you, depending on your familiarity level with the game, do you feel like it's a good guide? Is it, like, fairly complete? Oh, Paula's leaving our party. And so is Jewel. Okay, so Paula and Jewel bailed. We're gonna be just Laszlo and Snow. Oh, we got a scene. Good, you're here, my son. So, you're both here. Good work on your patrol mission. I'm relieved to have completed my first mission without a mishap. So, Commander, what is this separate mission you speak of? Impatient, aren't we? Snow, Laszlo, let me introduce you to our client, Mr. Ramada. Okay, what is this guy gonna sound like? Look at him, he looks very sneaky. Is he tough or is he nerdy? I can't tell. Couple of errors with naming of items, but only like 2 or 3. Does it do a good job of like telling you like when you're locked out of like getting certain characters, and does it have like a good bestiary with weaknesses and resistances of enemies and stuff like that? Is it like pretty exhaustive? Item locations? Does it have any kind of like glossaries or indexes? I'm not planning on buying it or anything. I'm just curious. I'm a stickler on strategy when it comes to strategy guides, and I hate how incomplete so many of them are. Today is 9/6. We're going right into the notes because we got a story moment happening. So I haven't even read this guy's text box yet. I have to figure out what he's gonna sound like. Let's give him a droopy voice just for fun. We're having fun today. Nice to meet you. I am Ramada of O'Rourke Maritime Trade. So, Sir Glenn, are these the... New mission from Ramada of O'Rourke. Maritime trade. Indeed, these are the ones I spoke about earlier. Some things can be missable. The book clearly warns you about it. It's very well made. Yeah, that sounds like a good book. Nice. Yeah, 9.5 out of 10 for a strategy guide is like a... That's probably about as good as you can get, honestly. I don't know if I've ever seen a strategy guide that was literally perfect 10 out of 10. Maybe maybe the Dragon Quest VIII strategy guide. I mean, I haven't looked at it in over a decade, but I remember it having literally everything I needed. And liking how it was organized. But for example, like my friend and I have been doing a 100% playthrough of Rogue Galaxy for many, many years. We haven't touched it in like several years since I moved from Minnesota. But we used to get together every so often and, you know, play it for a couple hours. And we're actually really close to finishing it. We've been grinding it out for technically coming up on like 9 or 10 years. Something like that when we started it, but there's been a lot of off time. It's not like the game is long, but it's not that long. Anyways, we have the strategy guide for it, and there's a lot of great stuff in it, but it's also like very incomplete. It's missing a lot of stuff. There's some misinformation in it that we had to, like, you know, go to Game Facts and such like places to find, and some of it we had to find ourselves because there's not a ton of resources for that game. There's not millions of people that played that game and made resources for it, especially for like the weapon system. So it's a beautiful strategy guide. It's massive. You would think it has everything in it, but it doesn't. There's just that much in that game, I guess. But it comes very close. We still used it a lot. There's one particular mode of the game where it absolutely saved us, and we would not have made it through there without it. Hey, Elise!
Wah-ah.
Wah-ah. Hey, Elise, thank you so much for 47 months of Tier 2. How could you be so generous? Happy Friday. Welcome in.
Aren't they still just children?
We are hardly children. I am a knight of Gaian, Snow Vingerhut. Likewise, this is Laszlo. Yeah, just Laszlo. You know, he's got all his fancy particulars in his title, but we're just Laszlo. We're just Johnny Depp.
But that is...
There is no need for concern. Numerous training expeditions have left them quite familiar with the Iluya area. It has? This is the first I've ever heard of it. Okay, so... Ramada doubts our capabilities, but Katarina vouches, and then I'm just gonna write Iluya ? We will spin the wheel as soon as we get out of this scene, Ailey. Just for you.
But there is a risk of pirate attacks on this route.
No ordinary pirate will stand a chance against a Marines Academy graduate who is skilled in handling a rune cannon. Have no fear.
I see. Well, if you say so. Sir Snow, Sir Laszlo, I would like to entrust you both to guide us to Iluya. It sounds pitiful, but we were attacked by monsters on our way home from Middleport. We ended up drifting here. We felt that it was in our best interest to have someone familiar with the area guide us.
The Iluya area, is it? We have trained in that region of the sea many times. It will not pose a problem for us.
In that case, we will travel at your discretion. Thank you for your assistance.
Are you going to Iluya to trade?
Yes, southern spices are popular in this area.
Snow, I'm appointing you as captain. Do your best.
Sir Glenn, isn't this mission too simple for Snow? I wouldn't mind at all if you sent him to lead the front lines.
My lord, I understand. However, I believe such tasks as this are also necessary for your son's future.
I see. Very well, then. Snow, we are all counting on you to do your best. Do not disappoint us.
Okay, this is interesting. So, Lord Vingerhut, you know, is being a sports dad, and he wants his son to be number one at everything. But the fact that he would want I guess he said lead the front lines, but typically the front lines are associated with like being the first person to die. So the fact that he wants his son in the heart of battle is really strange. It either means that he's like some kind of bloodthirsty warlord, or he wants his son to die, or he's just like obsessed with conquest and he thinks conquest is associated with legacy, and he's like he's obsessed with like his legacy, and his son needs to establish like legacy and notoriety in the same way that he presumably has. It seems like there's something like that going on there. But then he's also deferring to Glenn, which is very surprising because I wouldn't have guessed that Glenn has power over Lord Vingerhut. Like, I would assume that Lord Vingerhut owns this whole realm, you know? And he has some, like, maybe all of these knights serve him, and Glenn is just the commander of the knights. So I would have guessed that someone like Glenn could either work for Lord Vingerhut directly, or is at least just like a lower ranking person. But he's talking to Glenn more like he is like, you know, the general of like the whole country's army. And maybe he is below him in some way. You know, like he's maybe the lord of some type of estate, but Gaian, you know, is like larger than his estate, and Glenn is like the general, commander general of the Knights of Gaian, which is not just necessarily for this little city or something. You know, maybe this is just like a capital. I don't know. So I'm trying to figure out the dynamic between Glenn and Lord Vingerhut, because it's opposite from what I was guessing. So let me finish writing this down. Lord Vingerhut wants Snow to lead the front lines. Why? And then Vingerhut defers to Glenn how high does Glenn rank? Question mark. I'm just writing down questions that I have. And also there could be an element if Lord Vingerhut for some reason is like trying to put his son in harm's way for some reason, is Glenn catching on to that and he's like protecting him? Does Glenn know something about how bad the front lines are that Vingerhut doesn't? You know, maybe Vingerhut has this very like romanticized view of the war, and he sees his son out there, you know, shouting commands and waving a banner and becoming famous, whereas maybe someone like Glenn, who's actually seen a lot of combat and hasn't come from a privileged lifestyle like Vingerhut, knows that if Snow went to the front lines, it wouldn't be this illustrious moment that his father thinks it would be, or he just knows that Snow would probably die because he'd be in harm's way, because it's way worse than they realize. You know, there could be something like that going on as well. That's kind of interesting to think about. You know, is Glenn like Glenn might also think, yes, Laszlo could lead at the front lines, and he's not just holding him back here because he thinks that he needs time to cook and time to develop. He could be holding him back here because he wants to protect him for some reason. Whether he just has taken a shine to him and thinks he's a good person and a good person to have around this town, or he just... maybe there's some kind of like political situation where, like, if he were to die, morale would fall, or Vingerhut would do something crazy, and maybe Vingerhut's not the greatest person. You know, he doesn't give the best vibe. But I'm just speculating. Obviously, I don't want any of this confirmed for me by anybody that might know. I'm just doing a little theory crafting here.
Yes, sir. I will do my best. Well then, Captain Snow, please make your preparations. Understood, ma'am.
Mr. Ramada, I sense your uneasiness, but I believe we can alleviate your concerns once you've seen us at sea. Until then, please have faith in us.
I suppose so. Just let me know when you are ready. In the meantime, I'll be making preparations of my own.
I understand. We will leave now. Let's go, Laszlo. So we're like, because our character doesn't talk and we're supposed to be this like silent protagonist, it kind of makes it come off like we're like this. Like maybe that's why I'm getting so much Edward Scissorhands energy. Is because like we're kind of like shy, no talky as well. And like our friend is doing all the talking for us and kind of like carting us around. I'm going to be a captain, a real captain. This time it's not training. I have to do my best. That's right, he made a mistake in the training. Well, shall we get ready for our voyage? I don't know what that means. But okay. Oh, it put us in this room. That's kind of interesting. So, for the first time, we were using this room here that I said was the most interesting room in the game. So now we've finally used it for something. Okay, they don't say anything new, so I guess this isn't where we go when we're ready to go. We must just go to the harbor. I guess this is just giving us a chance to buy items, which we didn't really buy any equipment, so I guess I will go check it out. Maybe we get to pick our party members again. Maybe that's why they kicked them out of our team. We did actually intend to bring different party members with us on the first mission that we did. So it would be cool if it gave us a chance to kind of like reselect. But it's also possible that, you know, this could be the cutting of the umbilical cord moment where we leave the town and some type of, you know, cataclysmic event takes place and we're not able to go back here. I don't know why I keep harping on that and predicting that that's what's going to happen. It's just a very common thing in RPGs, I guess, where like you spend some time in a first area that's kind of like a prologue area, and then once the story like kind of kicks in, something causes you to not be able to go back to that first area. Oh, another scene.
Oh, I'm gonna go check on the ship. Let's meet up later on, okay? See ya.
Toodles. But what will we do? Now we're all by ourselves. This is really strange. Like, if we were meant to just go shop and make preparations, you would really like to have your party members with you so that you could, you know, check the equipment after you buy it. So I'm very curious as to why we're being given this freedom here. I'll take a quick peek in the shop. We'll probably split our save. Obviously, this would be an opportunity to, like, you know, grind money and do those mini-games. But, like, if this is our only chance to do those mini-games and get the rewards, it's going to be a no from me, dog. So, here's what we're going to do. We're just going to save right here. And, I'll save again in slot 3. And we're going to spin the wheel. Thank you again, Aelise. Let's go over here. Turn this on. And let's see what's in store for our first spin of the night. Everything's wide open. What do we got for Aelise? Five pull-ups. All right, we can do that. Let's crank them out right now. 5 pull-ups in the doorway, right here. Quick stretch. It never seemed to get any easier. All right. Cool. Oh. Gotta put a little mark on there. So that we remember that we did that one already. Or so that I remember. Y'all would probably remember. I am wont to forget. All right, back over here. So let's take a peek at the equipment shop here. I don't think we bought anything. I seem to remember spending money on something else. Stomach Band. That's such a weird name. Oh, you know what? We bought equipment in the other town. We bought equipment in Middleport, where we did our little mission. So actually, I think everything here is now outdated. Now that I think about it. We did buy some items here. It's weird that this says equipment shop. This is not equipment. Yeah, we've got 15 medicines, some antitoxins, and some needles. Ooh, a lightning rune. That's pretty exciting. I think we just gave ourselves fire because we had a party. We had a party of characters where all of the elements were represented amongst our characters that we had available, except for fire. So it made sense to give ourselves fire. I don't think I'm going to buy that. But, yeah, I don't know. Until I know who's going to be in my party, I don't want to invest in multiple runes, because I can only wear one right now. Yo, welcome in. Is it Keck G's? Keck GS? Let me know. This is Suikoden IV. The first one, Keck GS, got it. Or Keck G's. I think I said Keck GS. So I have a water orb. Am I not wearing a fire orb? I am, okay. Can I give myself two? Can I put it on something else? It looks like I can. I mean, it'd be pretty cool to have healing magic. But again, I don't know who's going to be with me, so that might be a bad idea. Yeah, this is a game called Suikoden IV, fourth game in a series, as you might guess. I have played 1 and 2, but not 3. I'm doing kind of a weird playing order through the franchise. Pretty much everything I play on this channel is a first playthrough, doing a lot of like story analysis, character analysis, music analysis, etc. Oh, a character scene. Interesting. Yes, Suikoden. Oh man, we've come so far just to buy that? And now we've drifted into Gaian territory? This is ridiculous. I like how this guy's hair is so tall that it exceeds the pixel dimensions of the character portrait box. I wonder if that was intended. Well, we're gonna have to write this guy down. We've been writing down every portraited character because we're assuming that they are recruitable. Akagi. So this person is presumably not from Gaian. Oh, and we immediately have another portraited character, Mizuki, who apparently isn't wearing a shirt in her portrait. I can see on the model that she has her shoulders exposed in the back, so I guess that's what that's all about. We need to leave this area of the sea as quickly as possible. We're running late as it is. I'll bet Mr. Ramada's gonna chew us out. Man, this stinks. I don't want to go back. But there's probably no one else who could have done this job. Still, you never know what the chairman's thinking. Who the chairman? We don't know who the chairman is. We could get back and he might suddenly say, "You useless dogs!" and then chop. Akagi, you don't know who might be listening in on us. Like me, over here! Oh, well, that is, I mean... It's nothing, really. Honestly, nothing. Nothing at all. Are they supposed to be, like, talking to me now? Akagi, don't slip up. Oh, come on. He's nobody. Yeah, that was supposed to be them talking to me, but they didn't turn to me at all, so that scene did not, like, connect at all. You played a little bit on the PlayStation, the second one? Yeah, Suikoden 2 is, like, really, really popular. Seems to be on a lot of people's, like, top games lists. It was really good. I enjoyed it. It can't hurt to be a little cautious. For all we know, he could end up as our guide or something. No way. Mr. Ramada isn't that stupid. I also trust Mr. Ramada, but, well, anyway, we should get ready soon. Okay, so I guess we were supposed to see that scene. Apparently we're going to be traveling with them at some point, but now they're gone. They don't want to be doing this mission. I don't know what to write about them. I'm just going to write... they don't want to be in Gaian. They speak poorly of a chairman. We don't know who that is. There's a lot of the world building that's happening in this game so far reminds me so much. This is very specific. It reminds me so much of the very first Star Wars movie. They do this thing where characters will have lines of dialogue that reference like idioms and like proper nouns of things that you as the viewer don't know what they are, and they're never explained, but everybody else, or not necessarily everybody else, but other characters in the scene clearly seem to know what they are. So they establish themselves as like these known quantities, and you as the viewer are just like, I don't know what that is, but it's just something that exists in this world, and it's not necessarily part of the story. It just serves to like build the world a little bit. Like, so here's an example, if you're wondering what the heck I'm talking about. Like when Luke and Obi-Wan are talking in Luke's basement, and Luke is asking Obi-Wan questions about his father. Obi-Wan mentions that he fought with Luke's father in the Clone Wars. And obviously now we know what that is. You know, they made a big roundabout way to explain what that is and come up with that story. But when that first movie came out, you know, maybe George Lucas knew roughly what the Clone Wars was, but nobody else did. That was never explained. It was never brought up again. It's just this like little thing in passing that it does a little bit of world building. And then when they get to the Mos Eisley Cantina, you know, Han Solo mentions that he did the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. And nobody at the table is like, what the heck is a parsec? What's the Kessel Run? You know, but as the viewer, you don't know the answer to those questions. But everybody else seems to just be like, okay, whatever, you know, and understands that that's lingo and that's information in this world. And so you as the viewer just kind of like nod along. And there's so many like little moments like that. Or like Jabba the Hutt. You know, Jabba the Hutt is mentioned like 3 or 4 times in the first movie. He's not in the first movie. He was originally in the first movie and they cut him out. But here nor there, you know, he's not in the movie. He's just mentioned as this like invisible antagonist that's after Han Solo to like add more depth to his character. And there's all these things like that throughout the first Star Wars movie, and it's part of what makes the world feel a little bit more alive and exciting. And this game is doing that too. Like, you know, all the theory crafting that I was inspired to do with Lord Vingerhut and Glenn, like, it's because they're saying things like that. And I'm like, oh, I want to read into that. Oh, I want to think about that. And like just now we had that conversation with Akagi and Mizuki, and they're talking about this chairman, and apparently he's not a very good guy. And it's like, well, who is that chairman? You know? But I guess it's more exciting in a video game because when we hear stuff like that, it's more reasonable to assume that we're actually going to find out some of those things. Whereas in, you know, something like a 90-minute movie, it's like, oh, you know, they never explained what the Kessel Run was. We never got to meet Jabba. we never got... What's the Clone Wars? You know, you walk away with these questions that are unanswered, potentially. Probably not for most people, but, oh, shoot, I forgot about the ad. Well, I didn't have time to run a prediction, but here comes Link versus Samus for you. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Thanks for being here, folks. Also, hi, Dur. Nice to see you. You might be in an ad. All right, folks, we are back. Welcome back from the ad. Link is unstoppable. 10-3 is now the score. Let's get that updated. 10-2. I don't know why I gave them both 1 point in my brain. Tonight is the last night with Samus and Link matching up here. Next week, we're going to have Captain Falcon in the red corner, and we're actually yet to select a blue fighter. So if you've got 1,000 channel points burning a hole in your pocket, you can select that. Otherwise, I'll just randomly select it. So let's get this updated here. 10 for Link. And 1 there in the other sheet. There we go. And welcome in, Dur. I don't know if you heard me because I said hi back to you during the ad. Maybe you were stuck in the ad, but it's nice to see you, dude. I'm having fun tonight. I hope chat is having fun as well. We're just getting started here. All right, let's come back over here. We'll check in with Link and Samus in about another hour. And I'll get a prediction up for y'all next time. Pikachu has been selected. Look at that. Thank you, Broken Quest. So next week will be Captain Falcon versus Pikachu. That'll be an interesting matchup. Captain Falcon has that huge kill power with a lot of his moves, not just Falcon Punch. But Pikachu has that space and that speed. They're both very fast. And Pikachu definitely hits harder than you would think, but he definitely doesn't hit as hard as Seafalk. Anyways, something to look forward to next week. A new challenger. Alright, so I'm just going to walk around and talk to some folks here, see if there's any other scenes I can stumble into. It's that classic scenario where you think that you're, like, checking to see if there's any optional stuff before doing the story stuff, and you end up just walking right into the story stuff. I thought I was going to be going to the main harbor to get the next story beat. So this is the minigame. This is the Beyblade guy. We have a little bit of money, but I'm afraid of trying this too many more times. I guess we could try, like, one game. Because you only have to pay one time, and then until you lose. And I can't remember if it's 100 or 500. I think it's 100. Yeah, 100. So you spin the stick to line it up. Or to wind it up, sorry. And then you gotta put another one in before the previous one stops. I went in a little too early there. But we're looking good. Oh god, I waited too long to start. Alright, we get our last one in there. See if we can hang on. It's not looking good, though. I think we lost. Oh, maybe? Maybe? He's slowing down? Oh, we just barely got it. Just barely. So we'll just keep playing until we lose here. What a fun song. So presumably that red line in the middle is the best. So what we typically will do here is watch to see if we're slowing down, and then, you know, put ours in. But ideally we want to put ours in after he puts his in. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy there. Once again, it's coming down to the wire here. I think he's got us this time. Oh no, we got him! Oh, my goodness. Welcome in, Kiki. Yes, we're playing Beyblade. I promise we're gonna be responsible tonight and do story stuff and not gamble and play minigames, but you just happen to catch us here. Also, why do I always have to put mine in first? I guess they go in at the same time. Alright, so we get it wound up. We watch. We wait, we wait, we wait, we wait. Not the best placement. Alright, he's got his last one in. We're going in. 1-to-1. I think we got him. Yes! Okay. We're just going to keep going until we lose. I wrote down what the reward tiers were. This is already better than we've ever done. Let's see here. I know I wrote it down. What is this? Oh yeah, Basil. Basil is this person's name. Oh, I didn't write it down. I just wrote, we must win 20 times in a row to get the highest prize that he said. I didn't write down what the other ones were. I thought I wrote down all of it. I highly doubt we're gonna win 20 times in a row here, but we'll just shoot till we miss, you know? There probably is like some accepted strategy to this that's like more consistent than just doing it randomly. But I don't think whatever that is obvious. Oh, he's still got 2 going. Okay, good. Down to 1, but we're also down to 1. And go. Oh, that was not good. Oh, but we knocked his off. Look at us go. Wow. Okay, hopefully we've got a leg up here. That should be a win. He's slowing down. Oh, we lost that time. That looked pretty even to me, but whatever. All right, so we got some extra medicines. I'm going to have him explain it again, though, just so we can hear what those reward tiers were. But I'm not going to play again. Yep, we know how to play. We know how to play. Yep. Wants medicine. 5. Okay, I'm gonna write these down this time because there's quite the barrier to get to this screen. Basil minigame. Medicine. 5 is a cough drop, which I believe cures silence. 10 is escape talisman. That's like a teleport out of a dungeon. 15 is a Jizo clock, which is probably just a furniture item. And then 20 is mixed herbs, which does not sound like the best item. Also, I've got special prizes for the first time you reach each set number of wins. So I don't really know what that's supposed to mean. Oh, we're not in a category. Thank you, Dur. I didn't even realize that was not intentional. That makes total sense on why we were being asked what game we were playing. Alright, category is updated. Don't you guys know boat game? I forgot that it's possible to stream in no category. There we go. Alright, we're out of here. Yeah, mixed herbs just sounds like another, like, status heal item. Or maybe, like, you know, like a multi-potion type thing where, like, you know, like in Dragon Quest, an herb might heal 30 HP, and then maybe a mixed herb would heal everybody 30 HP, or something like that. Alright, so we got our little scene at the wharf there. We played our minigame. We technically PB'd at the minigame, but it wasn't anything significant. Just 3 in a row. When you win, the game seems really easy, and when you lose, it's like, this game makes no sense. PS2 boat game wiki. Yeah, Suikoden IV. I should have realized it when Keck was asking what game we were playing. Maybe that's the new meta. Maybe that's the new Twitch meta, is just not being in a category. And just totally stymieing people. What are you doing in here? And then when people do a shout out, it's like, it just says like no game in brackets. You need something? Alright, well there's no person over here. I'm associating this ship as my ship, but it's not. So what is the next story trigger then? I don't see Snow anywhere. These are all rando, nondescript characters. Oh, here's Snow right here. This is probably it. Laszlo, come on, let's go. So I don't know if we had to get that scene at the wharf, or if... Oh, and we just automatically get teleported in here? I guess maybe we did have to get that scene, and now we have to go tell them that we're ready. I wonder what comes up if you type in PS2 boat game. Like, there's probably not that many boat games, but it probably doesn't come up with this.
Are we all ready to depart? In that case, let us get underway at once.
Well, Captain Snow, if anything happens, send a nasal bird. Nasal bird? Nasal sounds really funny. So I'm going to say nasal. A nasal bird? To communicate, I know. Have faith in me. I will not disappoint you.
A nasal bird.
Oh, it's nothing you need to worry about. What?
If you say so.
Why does he not know what it is? Well, Mr. Ramada, shall we get going?
Oh, yes. We're counting on you to see us through safely.
Well, if he has also enlisted the help of some, seedy pirates who don't want to be here, he does become a little bit more suspicious. Especially if that was an optional scene, but I don't think it was. Because I don't think Snow was standing out there before I triggered that scene. Okay, so we're supposed to go all the way over here? Holy moly. Alright, well first I want to make a stop in Middleport. What does Island Shift do? Oh. Oh. It just like snaps your cursor to the nearest island. That's pretty cool, actually. Wonder how they programmed that. So I can, if I'm just pressing square, nothing happens. If I hold square, nothing happens. But as soon as I move in a direction, it will snap to the nearest island in that direction. That's pretty cool. That's a wild feature. Alright, and now I'm just automatically charting a course towards Middleport. We'll see if it lets me stop there. I hope it does, because I'd like to buy some equipment. I can also look around on the ship. I should see if I can run into those other two characters again. We're already over-leveled, so we don't necessarily need to, you know, fight all these characters. Or, enemies. But it's probably just as fast to kill them at this point than it is to run away. Not that screen. Here we go. Anchor. Pretty cool that we can just do this anywhere on the map. So I want to see if we can meet anybody new on the ship here. Hey, what's wrong? Don't worry, we're behind you all the way. I'm not scared of pirates. As long as you take a firmer stance against them, you'll win. Well, just take it easy. I don't mind if you go train like the guy up there. That'll wear you out. Personally, I'd advise against it. Oh, same thing. Look at this guy. Yeah, yeah! What are you standing around for? If you've got a moment, would you like to spar with me? Oh, we can actually do it. Okay, sure. I'll kill you in one hit. Two hits. Admirable. He just fights with us over and over. Okay. Fascinating. Oh, there is a guy down there. Can I get down there? Oh, yes, I can. Okay, I didn't think I could go over here. What do you got going on, Bowsprit guy? Nothing unusual up ahead. Thanks. Yeah, we're not moving, so... I suppose that makes sense. Durr!
Take a prime, my lord.
My lord.
Lesson 3, thanks for your commitment to the backlog.
Durr, Thank you, dude. I appreciate the Prime. Thank you so much. And of course, the commitment to the backlog is real. You kidding me? Man. This guy's name is Man. I heard you were headed for Aluya, so I took the liberty of hitching a ride. For business purposes, of course. I know. Why not take a moment to look at my merchandise? You know what they say about being prepared. So you just illegally stowed away on my ship to sell stuff? Pretty shady, my guy. I'll make sure to report your progression through training afterwards. That was a weird way to say that. For special missions like this, you get a handsome reward afterwards. You might want to remember that. Okay. It's cool that we have a save point here, too. We can just kind of save whenever. We will spin the wheel a second time here. Thank you again, Dur. I hope everything's been going well for you and yours. No music on the screen. Oh yeah, we have to go to the menu. Depart. I guess we can just save from anywhere on that screen anyway, so I don't know why they need the save point there. I guess if you... Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't... So, whoop. Change course. There we go, and we're sailing. All right, let's spin the wheel real quick here while we're sailing. We'll probably run into a battle, but that's okay. Yep, there's a battle. Oh no, it's the evil seaweed! Just auto that. And here comes a spin for Dur. What'll it be? Ooh, we've landed on our first pink wedge of the night. Very exciting. That unlocks a soda tasting. It does not activate art time, which is unfortunate because we are yet to activate an art time. But these pink wedges and these orange wedges, they're a little bit harder to hit because you got to hit one first before they actually open up. So now all the pink wedges are unlocked for the rest of the night. And after the next ad break, we'll do a soda tasting of a brand new craft soda that we've never tasted before. Very exciting. We got a lot of brand new selections down there from the recent trip to Minneapolis. There's all kinds of good stuff in there. Let's get this off the screen. Life's good in Portland. Working 60 hours a week and raising a 2-year-old. Less time for streams. I would imagine so. Holy moly, my guy. Well, I hope you're finding time to sleep and have some kind of, recreation and decompression. 60 hours a week is no joke. I have worked 2 jobs before, but I don't think I ever hit 60 hours. Because I was working 2 part-time jobs, not like a full-time and a part-time. And they were pretty... I think there were definitely like certain weeks where I would work 60, but not often. It wasn't like every week. I'm trying to think what my weekly average would have been. My weekly average was probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 when I was doing that. And I only did that for like... It might have been a year, but it was probably less than a year. Because, let's see. I started working at... You're at 2 restaurants right now. Lunch at one 5 days, dinner at another 5 days. Oh my gosh, dude. That's wild. That is wild. That's so much. Restaurant work is so hard. Service industry is so hard. Like, oh, you get the same weekend from both jobs? That is a huge blessing. So at least, yeah. I will say, like, nobody should have to work 60 hours, but if you're gonna work 60 hours, at least having 2 days in a row off from all work makes it slightly more possible. That was not something that I had. Because yeah, I started working at a restaurant in, what was that, 2009? And that was my only job. I just did that on the weekends because I was still in school. And then when I graduated, it was still my only job, but I started working more. And yeah, that restaurant was closed. That restaurant was closed on Sunday and Monday. So, I had that weekend. This thing is hard to turn. There we go. But then I started working at good old GameStop in, I guess it was in 2012? Yeah, 2012. I was working at both, and I would do, I think I was doing 3 to 4 days a week at GameStop, and I was doing 2 days a week at the restaurant. And it would like fluctuate depending on like the season. Like sometimes I would work all 7 days, and I'd work like, 10 days in a row or something. No, not Wingstop. Not that GameStop is that much better. No, I worked at like a fancy Italian restaurant that was like a one-off family-owned thing. It was a great restaurant to eat at, and it was a pretty good restaurant to work at, but it was really really poorly run, which is why it ended up closing, unfortunately. It was like a rug pull moment too. It was really bad. But I wasn't working there anymore. So I was working the 2 jobs, and then I went to a new job, because basically at the new job I was going to work less hours and make the same amount of money as I was working the 2 jobs. So I was like, yeah, sign me up for that. And plus I just wanted to get out of like service industry specifically. Like I wanted to get out of like the tips game, because it was too inconsistent. You never knew how much you were gonna make on a given day. And then shortly after that, there was like a really bad storm on like a late Saturday night or whatever, that knocked out a bunch of power in the city. And because this restaurant was so poorly run, the owner didn't bother to go check on it. And then the crew came in to open up the restaurant for lunch service on Tuesday and found out that the power had been off since Saturday night, and all the food that was in storage was completely ruined and unusable. So they had to throw everything out, and they couldn't open for service. And then the owner just basically decided, we're not going to reopen, and all those people just instantly lost their jobs. It was super scummy. The owner inherited the restaurant from this really really old lady that was his mom, and she died. And right after she died, he must have gotten some kind of huge inheritance payout, and he opened up a new restaurant in this poppin' part of town that was just this kind of standard sports bar or whatever. And it was like popping off because it was brand new, you know, but there wasn't really anything special about it. It didn't have any like personality. And then he was like poaching people that worked at the nice restaurant to go and work at his new place. And he was like putting all this money into it. And meanwhile, the fancy restaurant that he got from his mom was being completely neglected and had been neglected for like a very long time. There wasn't even like a manager. And you know, it needed all of these things, and it wasn't getting any attention. It wasn't getting any of those things. It wasn't getting any kind of like hiring or, you know, upgrades or anything like that. And it desperately needed all of this stuff. It was just running on fumes, and like the passion of like the head chef. So then when that power outage happened, he was just like, screw it, and you know, probably just like made a killing selling that you know, building lease to somebody or whatever, and completely, you know, got the monkey off of his back or whatever. And it really sucked for all those people. I don't know what I would have done, honestly, if I had still been working there at that time. It would have been horrific. But yeah, he was a monster. He sucked. I worked at that restaurant for like 5 years, I think it was. Yeah, I worked at that restaurant from 2009 to 2014, and that guy didn't know my name. He was one of those kind of guys. And it's not like he was, you know, he was never there for an owner, but it wasn't like we had never interacted, and that's why he didn't know my names. Like, his signature was on my paychecks, you know, but he didn't know who I was, kind of a thing. Yo, Carp, how you doing, dude? Nice to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. What's going on? You've been playing all of these, like, spoiler games, and I haven't been able to pop in. Wait, this guy has a game too? Oh, this is the guy who wants lottery tickets. That's right, we don't have one yet. Yeah, I mean, I'm not the type to, like, wish ill will on people, but I share the sentiment, Dur. Yeah, I don't have anything nice to say about that guy. Oh, and his wife worked at the restaurant occasionally as a server, and she was just like the nicest, sweetest, like most soft-spoken, nice lady. And so that just made us dislike that guy even more. Because he was just like rude to everybody, including her. Although I didn't like working with her directly because she was a really bad tipper. There was this really, really bad dynamic where like all of the like food runners and bussers and expos and stuff, like I was, were all kind of in like our, you know, early 20s. Every once in a while we might have somebody who was like 18 or 19. You know, and then sometimes the hostess or the host person was like under 18, because that's like all they can do if they're under 18. And there was this bad dynamic where like all the servers and like the bartenders, for the most part, were in like, you know, their 30s and 40s, and there was this bad dynamic where all of the like younger people that would work underneath them and get tipped by them, it very often felt like you're you know, like you're getting a card from your grandpa on your birthday, and it's like, oh, I'm 25, but my grandpa is still giving me $5, you know, like, I'll go get you some bubblegum cards, son, you know, and you're getting tipped out at the end of the night when you worked like 3 times as hard as they did and did all this stuff for them. And then, you know, they're like tipping you like you're like a cute little kid and patting you on the head. Like you're just there for fun. They weren't all like that, but some of them were. And the owner's wife was definitely one of those people. You could not convince me that she was doing it maliciously, despite the fact that she was married to that guy. But I suppose it's possible. But I think she just, you know, in her eyes, we were all just like little kids who were just kind of like playing and having fun. But a lot of the people, I'm not gonna, you know, I have to speak the praise of the others. Like, most of the people that I worked with were very appreciative and were good tippers based on, like, the quality of work. Definitely miss that food more than anything. There were some cool people. There were some not cool people. There were occasionally good times and good memories. But mostly I just miss the food. Alright, I don't think there's anything we can do here. So, we're gonna leave. We just wanted to make a quick little pit stop. If I had party members with me, I would check the equipment shop, but... Alright, so we're making the long journey to Iluya. You've been serving tables for 12 years. Dang. That's intense, man. I was really cooked after 5 years. I was like, I don't ever want to do this again. I definitely couldn't do it anymore now. I have been out of the face-to-face with random people game for coming up on 3 years. And I don't know if I could go back to it, man. I did it for so long. And for me... Oh, I have to, like, give, like, a really wide berth here. For me, like, service was... Well, I guess it wasn't overall the worst. Had to cancel stream due to technical issues. Oh no, Carp. I hate it when that happens. It's always so deflating. Like, you get so excited to stream, and then random things out of your control happen and takes the wind out of your sails. Boat game. Topical. But you're playing Suikoden IV right now. Spoiler free. How's it going? How are you liking it? What's the temperature? Okay, maybe now I can set my auto course. And have you played this one, Carp? You were recently looking for a new restaurant job. Multiple interviews asked the managers what the tip-out culture is and what kind of money support staff is making. Yeah, that's a good question to ask. Because if asking that question elicits a sour response, that's a pretty huge red flag. You know, if they're like immediately defensive and they're like, oh, I mean, we tip good, you know, or if they're not able to be specific, like, you definitely immediately know, like, oh, okay, might be you know, some servers and bartenders taking a little off the top there, or whatever. Or, you know, is it just a free-for-all and they can tip whatever they want, or do they have some kind of, like, you know, minimum of, like, their tips that has to come down, you know? I'm sure that's a part of it, too. Where I worked, it was just a free-for-all. And, of course, with, like, how few jobs I had worked in my life, you know, I didn't really... I hadn't yet learned how to, like, advocate for myself, or, like, you know, I didn't have anything to compare it to. You know, if I had like a good night and felt like somebody didn't give me enough money, that was just going to be the tough breaks. You know, there wasn't going to be any kind of like follow up. Plus there was no manager. Pretty much the entire time I worked at this restaurant, there was no manager. It was crazy. We had no manager. There was like whichever server was going to like take the key and close the restaurant for the night, they would assume the role of manager. You know, like if somebody like asked to speak to a manager, it would be that server. But there was no actual manager. Nobody was earning a salary except for the owner. There was a manager when I first started working there, and then he got like fired for doing some shady stuff, which I don't even know what it was. That was just kind of like the going story, because he just like disappeared, and he was just never replaced. I don't remember how that overlapped with the original owner passing away and the son taking over. It could have been like, you know, the Because I remember the mom, the old lady owner, liking the manager guy, and he kind of like had her in his pocket, kind of a thing. Because like nobody else like super liked him, but everybody, you know, obviously had to be a certain amount nice to him because he was the manager. But he was like a terrible manager and didn't do anything. He just like goofed around and ate food and, you know, talked to people all night. He was more of like a maitre d' than a manager. I think that's what he thought being a manager of a restaurant was just kind of like showing his face and being nice to people. And he would like comp random stuff for people for no reason, just to like throw his weight around and like look cool. All that kind of like classic stuff that you hear about. He did all of that. And then I wouldn't be surprised if after the son took over, he just like immediately got rid of him for no reason, just because he didn't like him. But it may have been for something specific. I don't know. I wasn't super involved in all that. You know how little you do to make the money? Do you mean like you're not super in control of like what your tips are? Is that what you're saying? Because yeah, that's totally a real thing. It's like so many people who haven't worked in service seem to have this like very idealistic notion that, oh, well, the harder you work, the more tips you'll get. And that's not true at all. There's so much more that goes into it. Like, it depends on how busy the restaurant is and how many customers you actually have. Because, you know, quantity and volume is a part of the equation. You know, if the restaurant's slow, doesn't matter how hard you work. If there's nobody there, you're not going to earn anything. And then on top of that, it matters who you're working with. You know, if you're like a busser, a food runner, expo, whatever, barback, you're going to be getting tipped by another employee, not just random people directly. Or depending on the way the structure is, you might not get tipped by anybody except for the person that you're working with. And so if you're working with somebody who tips well, you know, you're gonna do well. If you're working with somebody who doesn't tip well, or that maybe you don't get along with, you're at their mercy. You know, maybe you don't get to choose your assignment and you go with somebody random and you don't get along with them and there's bad chemistry, and you know, even if you do a good job, they might not tip you as much as the person that they like working with and have more fun and rapport with. You know, all that kind of stuff plays into it.
It'll be pretty calm from here on. There's a good breeze too, so we should be fine.
Except it's a cutscene, so we're probably not fine.
Hey, that Mr. Ramada, he said that his cargo was spices, didn't he?
It's drugs.
Actually, I managed to catch a glimpse of Mr. Ramada's cargo before we departed from the port. There were containers of rune cannon ammunition. Really big ones at that.
Ah.
I've never seen anything like them. They had to be at least 5 to 10 times larger than the ones we use. Can you imagine? If you got hit by something like that, even a single shot could sink a galleon.
Uh-oh.
Do you think we're gonna be okay?
All right, we're getting some setup here. You're enjoying S3 the more you play it. Slow to get going, great characters. Haven't played 4, but it looks like you'd love it. Yeah, a lot of people were saying about this one that one of the main things that people don't like is that it's slow to get going. And I actually don't mind that at all. I'm actually really enjoying this beginning right now. Like, it's just super grounded. You know, we haven't had any kind of like twist or world-shattering event yet. We're just laying the groundwork. We're meeting characters. We're world building. It's been really nice, actually. Obviously, you know, pacing is important. in a game, and there has to be momentum at some point. Something's got to happen. But for the amount of time that I've invested so far, it's totally fine with me that nothing crazy has happened yet. You fool! Nazzlebirds are never to be mentioned in the presence of outsiders.
Please excuse me. So, Commander, what do you make of the communique?
Okay, so I want to go back to this. When we had the conversation with Mr. Ramada, somebody brought up, hey, if you get into trouble, just send a Nazzlebird. And Mr. Ramada was like, what the heck is that? And Glenn was like, oh, don't worry about it. And it was kind of weird because, you know, in the context of the conversation, it sounds like a Nazzlebird is just like a, you know, what we would assume a carrier pigeon is. You know, some kind of messenger bird. Again, there's the Star Wars thing that I was talking about, just slipping in world building, you know, these like lingo and proper nouns and things like that, that all the characters in the scene understand, and you as the viewer, or in this case player, have to just use context clues to figure out what it is. It's not explicitly explained. And it might not be explained at all, but this one's getting somewhat explained. So what's interesting about this, though, is that it's weird that we apparently in Razoril or Gaian, we don't know which, there's some type of like proprietary secret communication method via birds. We don't know if it's the bird itself, and you know, this special species of bird has some kind of special ability, or if just the methodology, the training is special. Maybe we'll find out. But apparently Katarina, who's like the second in command of this prestigious Knight Academy, didn't know not to mention it in the presence of an outsider. And she's getting admonished by Glenn. But then she's also saying, what do you make of the communique? Which is like a military term for like a memo. You know, like some type of clearance is required to read message. I read it. Considering the ship's course, we cannot ignore the potential threat it poses to that O'Rourke marine transport.
According to the report, the ship in question has 6 masts.
Okay, so Nazzlebirds are proprietary. That's not exactly the right word, but it's going to help me understand what I mean. Are proprietary to Gaian / Razoril. Katarina was not to mention them in front of outsiders. Glenn receives communique that a 6-masted ship. Oh yeah, I gotta turn the game audio back down. I'm gonna try to get good at hitting my game volume hotkeys to bump up the volume whenever there's voice acting, so that y'all can hear it a little bit better. Just 4 dB. I did it just now. I guess if you have any feedback on how that was during that scene, or if you even noticed. 6-masted ship.
Could it belong to Pirate Brando, who has been raiding our waters lately?
He said he had no important cargo, so I saw no problem in naming Snow the captain, but...
Commander, in other words, you assigned Snow captaincy while you lacked confidence in his abilities?
Our lord is also the owner of the Marines Academy. There will be times when I cannot gainsay him. Okay, here we go. We're getting something. So, okay, let me finish this previous thought before I write down the second one. May be, captained by Brando. Glenn thinks Ramada's cargo won't be attractive to pirates because he doesn't know. Okay, now, this is really good information right here. So Lord Vingerhut is the owner of the Marines Academy. So this has created an interesting dynamic because we saw Lord Vingerhut, who is Snow's father, defer to Glenn on Snow's assignment. Vingerhut is so far being portrayed as the football coach dad who wants his son to be number one and the best at everything, and thinks that he should be out on the front lines of this war between Gaian and Kuluk. And Glenn is like, no, we're going to put him on this random boat to do this merchant mission. He needs to build some character. And we're wondering, okay, how much power does Glenn have over the Lord who owns this Marines Academy? So there's some kind of relationship here, and it doesn't seem like one of them is entirely over or under the other as far as chain of command goes. So that's really interesting to me. Okay, let me parse this out here. Vingerhut owns. It's also interesting that they are now calling them Marines. They were referred to as knights at the beginning of the game, but Marines is actually a fun switch up because they're like mariners. Vingerhut owns the Marines Academy. So Glenn feels like he can't say no to him forever. But it seems I made a wise decision in sending Laszlo with him, just in case. Okay, so Glenn has some type of faith in Laszlo. Glenn seems to have a soft spot for Laszlo. Glenn seems to favor and have a soft spot for Laszlo. He is glad that he is there with Snow. I mean, I guess it could just be that it could also be that Glenn just likes Snow and knows that Snow is an important person, and he's glad that Snow isn't by himself. And it's not necessarily that he thinks Laszlo is great or super strong. He's just glad that Snow has support of some kind. That could also be it. I might be reading into it the wrong way. Vice Commander, prepare a fast ship for me immediately. I will select a small crew and pursue Snow. Yes, sir. Okay, Katarina was referred to as Vice Commander. I'm going to write that down on her character spot. I wrote second in command, but we now have an official title. It probably seems obvious in hindsight that we could have assumed that because Glenn was commander. But, Write that down as well. Okay. Vice Commander. Okay, so Glenn plans to intercept Snow. and Co. I have a vaguely bad feeling about this. I hope my worries are all for naught. All right, is this gonna be our kicker event? We've been waiting for a kicker. Oh, so we're being tailed by a ship, but apparently we don't realize it. Can't see it on this screen. Interesting. I guess I'll drop a save here. Oh, I can't. Can I drop a save in here? I guess you can't always save on this screen, and that's why the save point's in here. Wait, the save point is just despawned? It's just not here. That's kind of funny, actually. You will not be saving. Maybe this is one of those weird game development moments where this is like a different instance of this screen, even though it looks exactly the same. Okay, before I forget, I'm going to go ahead and open up the prediction for the next ad break. Once again, we've got Link facing off against Samus. You've got 2 minutes to wager your channel points. Link is certainly the favorite. So if you want to play the odds, vote for Link. But if you want a chance at a really high payout, vote for Samus. That's going to be starting in about 3 minutes. We got about another 3 minutes before the ad.
Huh? That ship. 6 masts.
Uh-oh.
That's not a merchant ship. Gun ports on the starboard side!
Here it is. Here's our kicker. We're getting attacked. Also, I bumped up the game volume. Let me know if that's good. I'll bump it back down when voice acting ends. He's unconscious?
What happened? Oh, my arm!
Come on, Snow.
Captain, we're under fire! Your orders, sir!
Oh no, is he gonna freeze under pressure?
The pain. I can't move my arm.
Oh, he's just a kid.
Sir, Captain?
Oh god. We're getting rocked.
Return to port! Go to full speed! Quickly! But, Captain, if we do that, the Auroch trade ship will sink for certain! Please, just steer us to port! I can't take this anymore! Are you saying we're going to flee and abandon our mission?
Nah, we're gonna fight. Dang.
Yes, sir! Hard to starboard! We'll close in on the enemy ship at full speed! What are you saying? I'm the captain here! You must follow my orders! What do you think you're doing?
Your arm seems okay now. Oh, it's hurting again.
It's useless. The ship is going to sink.
Yep, and you're wearing a metal shirt. You look ready for a swim.
Huh?
All right, the pirate Brando. Okay, cool. We can just stop on this screen. I was wondering what was going to happen. We're coming up on the ad break here, and I don't want anybody to miss any of this battle. So we'll go ahead and run it. So Snow is like, we'll unpack this more when I get back, but Snow is like kind of, he kind of lost it. He kind of snapped. Anyways, I'm gonna run a 3-minute ad break to kill the pre-rolls for another hour. You won't miss any gameplay here. Oh, Broken Quest, I'm glad you're still here. I just realized there's something I want to show you when we get back that I think you'll appreciate and like. I'll be back in 3 minutes. We're gonna run our Smash fight here. Link versus Samus. We'll see you in 3. Thanks for being here. The home field advantage! Unbelievable! Welcome back from the ad, folks. Samus did it. So this is the 3rd time that Samus has won during all these face-offs between Link and Samus. And two of the times that Samus has won has been on that level. So there's something going on there, it seems. So congratulations to our Samus believer. There's your payout. Let's get the scorecards updated here. 3 points for Samus. And we will get our globals updated here as well. Congratulations to the bounty hunter. Well fought. Was it a good match, Mad Locust? I didn't see any of it because I went out to the garage. Because I needed to get a soda. That's right. It's time for a soda tasting. Bet y'all thought I forgot. I didn't. I'm on fleek today. Okay. We had a wheel spin earlier, and we landed on a pink wedge. And the first time we land on a pink wedge in every stream triggers a soda tasting. So, Link started out good but got burned. Nice. Nice. We're going to do a soda tasting here. Before we do that, just so I'm not keeping him on the hook, I'm going to show something to all of you that I want Broken Quest to see. We were talking about Wii U stuff recently, and we talk about Wii U stuff fairly often on this channel, because I'm a Wii U supporter, enjoyer, stan, if you will. Which, by the way, let this be your periodic PSA. If you own a Wii U and you haven't turned it on recently, charge up that gamepad, turn it on, leave it on for about 25-30 minutes, even if you don't play a game. Just do that, and then, you know, you can turn it back off. There is a known memory leak issue. You can look up NAND or NAND. Look up Wii U NAND, and you'll probably find information on it. But basically, it's a way that the Wii U can brick itself if it sits for too long. It is reversible, but not easily. So it's much easier to just charge up your Wii U and turn it on every once in a while. So if you own a Wii U and it's something that you want to keep using for perpetuity, just charge it up and turn it on for a little bit every once in a while. Let it run just like you would a car or a motorcycle. Anyways, what I want to show you, we were talking about Wii U stuff recently, and it made me look at my gamepad that I display, because I have all my consoles and controllers displayed up here and hooked up and accessible so that it's as easy as possible to interact with them without having to, like, you know, dig things out, hook them up, whatever, because otherwise I would never do it. And I was looking at my gamepad that's right up front here, prominently displayed. It's the Legend of Zelda Wind Waker HD one that has, like, the special pattern Hylian characters around the gamepad. And I was looking at it, and I was realizing how dirty it was. And that, you know, that made my memory bulb go off and say, oh, I need to charge up my Wii U and turn it on. I haven't done that in a little while. So I did that, and I was like, you know, I don't want to, like, not display my Wii U gamepad, but I also don't want it to be so caked in dust because it's just sitting out. And it's not even, like, covered by, like, a shelf or anything, you know? It's, like, facing the ceiling. And it's in a very kind of, like, high traffic, staticky, dusty area. So it's probably grabbing a lot of dust where it's sitting. It's sitting between my two TVs, or I guess I should say 3 TVs. You know, it's underneath my main camera up here, down in front of, like, all of my audio and video switcher stuff. So it's like in a prime zone to get really caked up in dust. So I was like, I wonder, like, I remembered that there existed, like, a little top cover that you could get for the Wii U, and I was like, maybe I'll get one of those. And I started looking around, and then I realized, oh, there's cool people who have made better things. And the reason why I didn't like the pop cover is, for one, it only covers the screen. It's more of a screen protector, button protector, which is great, but it doesn't cover the back of the gamepad. So if you have it standing up, you know, you're only covering the front half of it. And they're not super easy to get on and off. So what I found is what I want to show you. It is a custom-made slip cover that is made out of something that's called duck cloth, which is something that I'm not familiar with, but it's basically kind of like a light canvas, and it's super cool because, for one, it has an official logo on it, so it makes it look very Nintendo branded and official, but it also reminds me of, like, a car cover, you know, those, like, big canvas fitted car covers that people put on, like, fancy cars. So check this out. So this is my Wii U gamepad with its new, not official but looks official, dust cover, and you know it just slides right off of there. It's super simple. It doesn't like stick to it or anything, so it's great. So again, making sure that there's no barriers between me and potentially playing this thing if I feel like playing it on a whim, or powering it on to, you know, make sure it doesn't have a NAND memory leak or whatever. But yeah, I just wanted to show y'all this. And because I know Broken Quest is a Wii U enjoyer, wanted to make sure he got to see it. But yeah, it's like stitched at the bottom so it won't fray. Very, very tough. Definitely not gonna rip. Good material. And in all this hubbub, I have actually turned my Wii U on accidentally. But yeah, I just wanted to show that off really quick, because I'm just staring at it, and I'm like, oh, that's a new thing. I can tell people about it. I'm excited about it. So there you go. So yeah, that came in the other day, and I cleaned up the gamepad super nice. Like, got in there with like the Q-tip and, you know, like little picks and stuff, and I went through all the grooves and the nooks and crannies, and I got it super minty, fresh, clean, and then put the cover on there. Felt really nice. All right, we're gonna do a soda tasting. I'm excited for this one. We haven't had a cola in a while, and this one is actually from the old batch. It's been in the fridge for a while, so I'm trying to go through those first if I can. This is a cola. This is caffeinated. Very fun, very vintage label. This is Roxa Cola. R-O-X-A. There's all kinds of exciting and fun text on here. This is from Winchester, Kentucky. Don't know if I've tasted a Kentucky soda before. I want to go through this whole bottle because there's so much fun stuff on here. It says, for a limited time only. It says, bottling the best of the bluegrass since 1902. It says, 121st. Don't know what that's in reference to. It says, anniversary of Wainscott flavors. Don't know what that means. Made by G.L. Wainscott for Roxanne. Okay. And then across the bottom of the label here, it just says, more than wet. More than wet. More than wet. I'll show you all this in a second. The 1906 original made by Ale 81 Bottling Co. I have never heard of Ale 81. I don't know if that's some kind of like wordplay. It's written out like ale, you know, like beer, ale, A-L-E, and then 8, the number, and then 1 spelled out, O-N-E. Ale 81. Feels like there could be kind of a Mad Gab kind of moment there with Ale 81. And then there's the recycle symbol, which, you know, of course, we want to recycle our glass bottles. But below that it says, recycle pretty, please. Okay, and then let me read this text blurb here. Before Kentucky wet its whistle with the crispiest ginger citrus soda ever created, Ale 81, I guess that's what that is, it had a predecessor. Before there was Bracing Pep or It Glorifies, there was More Than Wet. It all started with a love story. Roxa Cola is the soda our founder G.L. Wainscott lovingly created for his wife Roxanne in 1906. Without Roxa Cola, there is no Ale 81. After 55 years dormant, we pay homage and reinvigorate the delicious prequel, Roxa Cola, Wainscott's original. Share their love. So a little history for you there. You know, now that I read that, I have seen the soda that's called Ale 81. I didn't know that's how you say it because it's actually written on the bottle as Ale 81. It's not written as number 8, word 1. It's number 8, number 1 on the bottle. I have seen that before. I don't think I've ever tasted it though, so I might have to look for it. But anyways, let me give you a look at this bottle here. It's a super fun label, unique. It's a unique shape, and then also a unique bottle, which is always a really good sign. if a soda brand has generic bottles, it doesn't necessarily mean it's not good. But if a soda has a unique bottle, that's a very good sign that it probably is pretty good, because it means that they are heavily invested. They're making a lot of them. It's probably not some person in their basement. Not to disparage anybody who's homebrewing soda. They might have the best soda in the world. But I think you get what I'm getting at. Anyways, have a look at this. More than wet. More than wet. That's so funny to me. Wonder where they came up with that. But yeah, super fun, super vintage Americana kind of vibe to the label. There's the text blurb. Recycle pretty please. Yeah, wet does seem pretty binary. Yeah, pretty, or at least pretty close to binary. Like, I think the only thing that you might be able to argue is more than wet is the state of being soaked, and then maybe water itself. So, maybe that's the joke. It's a liquid, so it's not just wet; it's a liquid. It is the water. I don't know. Maybe that's what they're harping on. But yeah, on the bottle here, you probably didn't see it, but there's a stamp in the glass that says 1926 Ale 81 1926. So this is like a special bottle. And I love that this soda was just made by a guy for his love, his lady. That's nice. It smells like a classic cola nut smell, which for you regular soda enjoyers, you would associate with probably RC cola the most. RC is a very classic, standard cola nut flavor. Unlike Coca-Cola or Pepsi that have like kind of an extra layer of flavor and uniqueness that are specific to them. But if you go to like a craft soda shop and you taste a bunch, and let's say you bought 5 colas from different brands, a lot of them are going to taste like RC. Because that's like the classic plain cola recipe. So that's what this smells like. Let's give it a rip. It's really good. It's super smooth. It's definitely just a straight ahead classic cola flavor. I think the uniqueness here is obviously the story, but also the level of like bite associated with like the carbonation and the, I guess maybe the citric acid, whatever gives it that tartness, phosphoric acid, excuse me. There's definitely like a little bit of a note here, but like you wouldn't be able to pick this out of a lineup of, other standard colas, I don't think, in a blind taste test. It's very good though. It's just barely a little bit on the dry side, which is kind of nice. That pairs well with the cola flavor. Some people probably wouldn't like that, but I think most people wouldn't notice it either. They would just be like, oh, this tastes like RC, and they wouldn't be wrong. This is really good though, like really, really good. I'll drink the whole thing for sure. Flozax is asking, where does Moxie fall on the classic cola tastometer? I'm so glad you asked that, Flozax. Moxie is one of the worst, most disgusting sodas I have ever tasted in my life, and I don't know why it's still around and why anyone likes it. It is a 0 out of 10. It sucks, and no one should buy it or drink it. Thank you. How are you doing tonight? All right, we're gonna go back to the game here and see what's up with Pirate Brando, whose reputation precedes them. Yes, that was my soda TED Talk. There are not many sodas that I think are truly bad and will publicly disparage their name. But Moxie is one of them. Because I can't tell you how many people, when I tell them that I'm into craft soda, will surprise me by somehow being aware of the existence of Moxie. And it really makes me mad that somebody who's not even into craft soda could know of one's existence, and it's one that tastes so terrible and so foul. So yeah, it's really strange. I have a great related story. Friend of the channel and friend of me personally, Unfocused NIA, Nalani, was one of those people. I told her that I was into craft soda, and she thought it was interesting, and I don't think we really talked at length about it or anything like that. But she went to some cool store near where she lives. I forget what it's called. It's like a regional chain. It looks super, super cool, and they had a big area of craft soda. And somehow, it is an attractive label, so that's probably how this happens. But that was Moxie was one of the ones that she came home with, and she tasted it. And because she is a normal, valid human being, she hated it. And she was like, I don't know, Austin, I don't think I like craft soda. I tried this one and it was really bad. And I was like, oh, what was it? And she was like, it was called Moxie. And I was like, Moxie. Moxie is my con. Moxie is my God, I'm desperate for a better example. Moxie is my... Moxie is the roadrunner to my Coyote. Yeah, well, it's hard to define craft when it comes to soda, Flozax. You're absolutely right. It's a huge brand that's been around forever. But, like, you could probably argue that about this soda, too. You know, this says it's been around since 1906. Or 1926, if we're going... And, you know, Ale 81 is, like, a big name. It's been around for a long time. It's pretty national and findable everywhere. It's kind of... The definition of craft soda definitely varies depending on who you're talking to. There might be some kind of definitive resource for that information, I don't know. But to me, it just means that it comes in a glass bottle, it's non-traditional, most people don't know it, and hopefully it's made with real sugar and not syrup, corn syrup specifically. For me, that's enough to make it a craft soda. It doesn't necessarily have to be interesting or unique or legitimately rare or small batch or anything like that. Other people might make that argument, and that's fine. I think they're perfectly valid if they want to make that argument, you know, especially if they're like big beer drinkers, you know, like if you draw parallel lines between beer, you know, like the Coke, Pepsi, Sprite, 7-Up, Dr. Pepper of beer are gonna be the, like, you know, Coors and Busch and Budweiser, you know, all that kind of stuff. And then, you know, what we might think of as like the in-between, you know, they're super common, but they're still technically like craft sodas, like, you know, things like this, things like Moxie, you know, I guess those are your, like, you know, Sam Adams, and I don't know anything about beer, so this is weird for me to talk about. You know, those brands that are like technically call themselves a craft beer, but you can get it everywhere, as opposed to like a really obscure, like locally brewed beer that only people that live in that area are gonna know about. You know, and that's gonna be the soda equivalent is gonna be, you know, stuff like Spring Grove or you know, Twigs, you know, stuff like that. That's from like a very specific region and it isn't sold nationally. So there's some wiggle room in there, but for me, as terrible as it is, Moxie is still technically a craft soda, unfortunately. But it's awful. It's so bad. It's around there where you are, and was often available as a kid. Interesting. I wonder where it's from. Yeah. For as little as I know about beer, I feel like Sam Adams was a good example to use. Where like it's marketed as a craft beer, but people who were like super nerdy about craft beer would never consider it a craft beer. And I'm sure there's people that are like that with soda too. Like, oh, you're drinking Green River? That's not a craft soda. You know? Everyone knows Green River. You've got to drink Buddy Boo Boo's blueberry beer, you know, that's only made in my town of 50 people. That's a craft soda. You know, I'm sure that guy is out there. But for me, the gateway is just the gateway is much similar, or is much smaller. The goalposts aren't nearly that far away for me. They do like 10 million barrels of beer a year. The real big boys do 50 million. So yeah, it's like, where do you draw the line, I guess? Okay, Pirate Brando. We've been yapping a little bit here. Let's see what's going on here. Emerge victorious against the 2 enemy pirate ships. I could see this going a number of ways. This could be a scripted loss. This could be a branching thing where it's possible to win, but you don't have to win, and there's an outcome for either way. Or it's just normal gameplay, you gotta win. Or you game over and you gotta do it again. I guess it's really stupid for me to say that because those are literally the only 3 possibilities. Judging by the fact that they have a lower number than me, makes me think that we're just expected to win this, despite this person's reputation, you know, initially giving me the thought that a scripted loss was very possible. But let's see what happens here. Oh, okay. This makes more sense. Those are 2 enemy ships, and we have 12. We don't have 80 versus their 70. We have 12 versus 2 ships with 70 and 80. So this is looking a lot more like a scripted loss. 2 enemy pirate ships identified. Captain, let's make it back alive. Judging by the enemy's rune shells, it seems their flagship has lightning and the other ship has fire. Please set everything up for our side. Oh boy. Let's see what we got here. So we're the captain. Snow is nowhere to be found. He's completely bailed. Okay, I want to take a look. Oh, actually, it tells me right here. That's right, I don't even need to look at what's good against what. So we have a fire ship and a lightning ship. Earth is good against lightning, and Earth has no relationship with fire. And then water is good against fire, but is weak against lightning. So I'm hesitant to choose water. Because I don't know, you know, I don't know if that gives me a disadvantage defensively. And this doesn't seem like the fight where we want to find that out. So I think I'm going to go with... this is tough. This is a tough call, though, because the fire ship has less HP than the lightning ship. So it would make sense to go after the fire ship first. Well, we have a save that we can reset to. It wouldn't take that long to get back to this point. I wish I had saved at sea just randomly on our way here. I'm gonna choose water. And then I guess for my other cannon here, I'm gonna choose earth. So maybe I can get a choice. Because these are the 2 elements that we would want to attack with. So, okay, just in case it doesn't tell me, like when I get to like another screen, Night 3, water. And night 2 is earth. Earth! Okay, there we go. And then we go down here. Wow, these have wildly... Oh, our underling says 72. I thought it was 12. Okay, we've got a shot at this. We've got a shot at this. So they each have their own underlings built in. I don't know... It doesn't seem like it matters what order these fighters are in, but maybe it does. So I'll just order them accordingly, I guess. Oh, wow. Okay, so our underlings went from 72 to 105 because we added 33. Okay, got it. Got it. So we have our own underlings that are associated with our, like, portraited characters, and then the additional fighters have their own underlings associated with them. Not exactly sure how that works from a canonical standpoint. Like, there's no way there's 100 people on this boat, but we're not going to think too hard about that. Okay, I think we are as ready as we're going to be. I think we understand what the victory conditions are. So... That all looks pretty self-explanatory. There's not anything like hiding out over here, right? Yeah. So we're a little bit skewed right on the battlefield. Alright. Commence naval battle! Engage! Alright, we're gonna try to focus on the red boat first, or we would like to, but this guy has already moved into range. So we could go like this and commence an attack. We're kind of moving ourselves into a corner. Actually, hold on. Can I look at their stats? Yes, I can. Okay. So this one can move 4 and shoot 3. And then this one can move 4 and shoot 2. Interesting. Okay. And then we move 5 and shoot 3. Okay, so we have a movement advantage over both of these ships. That's excellent. So we could outpace this lightning ship to try to go and flank the fire ship. However, we could end up getting double teamed. So if the fire ship is just going to hang back there, we should probably try to take advantage of that and just wrangle with the lightning ship. Because... let's see, they both move 4. They both move 4, but the fire ship can only shoot with a range of 2, so it has to get really close in order to hit us. So if we can get into a scenario where it's just us and the fire ship, we're in a really good spot, because we can move in such a way that we are, you know, always kind of just outside of their range. So let's just see what happens here. I feel like we really have a shot at winning this battle. So if we were to lose and the game keeps going like it's a scripted loss, I will definitely reset and try it again, because this seems winnable. Alright, we're going to fire the cannon, and we are going to use Earth. We get to choose. That's excellent. Now, what kind of damage are we looking at here? 27. Okay, that's pretty good. So here comes Fire Ship. The enemy is firing at us. Attack or don't attack. I mean, there's no reason not to attack, right? It's not like we take less damage if we don't attack. Oh, that's right. We cancel out their shot. Yes, because our shot is good against their shot. Our shot breaks through theirs, and they take like critical damage. The fire ship can't shoot us because it's too far away. And they're gonna shoot again. This ship is really fast. So yeah, we are smoking this ship. It's already dead. And we've taken no damage. Beautiful. Goodbye.
To think you would corner me this far. Fine, I'll take you with me.
It's funny. It's like the gym leader giving you their like epic last ace Pokemon text, but you're just like one-shotting everything. They're like, wow, nobody's ever pushed me to the limit this far. And you're just kind of like, yeah, all right. Okay. So I guess we just... If I move, I can't attack them. So I think I'll just attack from here. And then, you know, let them move into range. So we're going to fire. Knight 3. Hit him with the water. They can't retaliate because they're too far away. So we get a free shot there. Although it seems to do more damage when we counter. So that's interesting. I would expect it to do less. I would think that some of our attack would get absorbed by negating theirs, and then a little bit more gets through. You know, that's visually kind of what it looks like. But they take like double damage. They're dead. Yeah, that was super easy. What a roller coaster of thinking it was going to be easy versus hard. We smashed it. So, okay, this is really interesting.
The enemy ship is fully ablaze, but it's still heading straight for us. What's going on?
Sir, the enemy ship is upon us and its crew is boarding us.
What?
A dozen or so enemy combatants confirmed. We are currently...
Oh no. Dang, those are some sharp...
Master Brando. Looks like I was the only one who got to have fun.
Whoa. Those are some sharp kunai or shuriken or whatever those were. To go through that guy's armor plate. Alright, I'm gonna bring the game volume back down. Sorry, I forgot that it was boosted that whole time. Sorry if it was too loud. Oh, I didn't recharge my MP. Dang, I could have used fire on one of them. That would have been a great opener. Let's see here. I think we want to go for the assassin first. I'm smelling like status effects, sneaky subterfuge type stuff. Oh, this guy has a sleep magic. I mean, that's worth a shot. If we can put one of them to sleep while we wail on the other one, that could be great. Go for it, dude. Didn't expect this guy to have magic. Perfect! He landed it on both of them! Excellent. Alright, well, we're just gonna, you know, double up on the assassin here. Nice job, recruit. Who needs snow? We've got you. He's doing good damage, too. Alright. Now we can start wailing on Brando. Oh, he's weak. He's so weak. And it's not even because we're like over leveled. Like even our like random no-name minion guy is schooling this man. This illustrious, infamous pirate. It's cool that he got experience too. Like he's not just like a random guest character that doesn't get anything.
You little...
Surrender now. The Auroch trade ship has departed, and your ship has been consigned to the depths of the ocean.
Oh dang, we sunk him.
So you're the pirate Brando. You've really got guts picking a fight with the
They just
knights,
call him Brando.
But you'll regret that decision in the afterlife.
Master Brando!
He looks very One Piece coded.
No! Not the...
All of you.
Don't!
Stab him!
Fools, run!
Huh? That little neck thrust was so real.
We'll be turned to ash!
That's such a surprising level of animation detail. What is that? Alright, we got plot armor. But what was that? A freaking nuke rune? Just vaporized everybody? Scary. Look at Snow. What a loser!
Is that snow?
Instead of, is that so? Wow.
Commander, it's terrible. The ship.
How is he
The
rowing
ship!
with his extremely wounded arm?
Incredible. So you decided to just abandon your ship?
I know, but my arm wouldn't move. Don't you understand?
Wow. Yes.
You coward! What kind of captain leaves his men in order to save himself? The captain is always last to leave!
But my arm wouldn't move. Look.
Wow, he sucks.
This is pointless. Don't die.
Oh, he does love Laszlo. He cares about him. Broke, welcome in. He is a big fat phony. This is such a surprising turn. What is going on with this guy?
He's alive.
Hopefully you're out of mana.
You be next.
I already beat you once. How'd you get your health back?
And for you too.
Man, his voice is intense.
One blow from me, and you'll be dead in an instant. Now, I will kill you with a single blow.
Oh, it's a duel. Okay. Okay. So, he says he's going to do a big attack, so we want to guard. And we're going to do a full power guard, based on how this went last time. Yep, we got the parry.
Your attacks are futile. Don't you realize that?
Okay, so this sounds to me like he's going to do a regular defend. Yeah. Okay, I was right.
I'll kill you.
Okay, he's coming with it. He's coming with it with an attack. I don't know if it's going to be a big attack or not. I'm going to go. Oh, he did the special again. Okay, I didn't get to choose what power of guard.
Attacks are futile. Don't you realize that?
Yes, this is a first playthrough, Bruck. Never played. I think I played this game for all of about 5 minutes on like a GameFly rental and then sent it back and didn't make any memories with it when I was probably like 16. Because I was like, ooh, this looks like an RPG. And I had remembered that I had previously owned Suikoden 3 and got nowhere in that game as well. So I probably had seen like the first couple of screens of this game, but it was all brand new to me when I started it last week. But I have played Suikoden 1 and 2 to completion to lead up to this, as you're seeing in the machete order there. Okay, he's gonna attack. Or no, this is what he said before he did the regular guard.
I will settle this.
Okay, so this seems like a guard again. It's weird that it only had us choose the power of the guard that first time.
Victory is mine.
Okay, he's probably coming in hot again here. Just a regular attack, okay.
Your attacks are futile. Don't you realize?
Have you played these games before, Brock? Alright, he's doing the big attack again. Oh, interesting. So he can say the same thing and do something different. That's the first time we've seen that happen.
I'll kill you.
Okay, this is a regular attack. Well, it was a regular attack last time. Oh, he did the special this time. Okay, so the text doesn't necessarily indicate what he's going to do. That's kind of weird. But we won. Without taking any damage. Flawless victory. Glenn!
You're alive.
Glenn loves us! I love this. I am so here for whatever Glenn and Laszlo's relationship is.
Now. Please.
Okay, so he seems to be kind of possessed by this rune. Maybe this is kind of like the black rune.
A rune? That pattern.
Volume bump. Oh yeah, that looks exactly like it. Oh, it's going to Glenn. That's unexpected.
I'll be free.
Oh, he is okay, bye. So maybe that was keeping him alive. The controller is rumbling like crazy right now, by the way. Oh, Glenn, we don't want this to happen to Glenn. We love Glenn. Dang it. Huh? Whoa. That was weird. Was that first character Katarina? They kind of looked
Commander,
like...
Are you all right?
Sorry, I'll unpack after the scene's over. What is that? Is that a big ball of smoke? I guess from the ship battle? Okay. We're going to pause for a second here and take some notes and unpack. I'm going to turn the music back on because there's no audio on this screen. You're a big fan of the Suikoden series and 4 gets a bad rep with some aspects of it. Yeah, I know that I've always known that this is like the black sheep of the series, but that doesn't faze me as far as going in with an open mind. And I'm actually loving this game so far. Like, I really enjoyed Suikoden 1 and 2, but I'm actually enjoying this one more so far. Just like the quality of life difference from PS1 to PS2, and just kind of like the way that they're building this world, I'm really liking so far. I'm like all in on this game right now. So obviously things could change. You know, this is going to be a long game. There's a long way to go, but I'm all in so far. Okay, so we need to recap what just happened, because I haven't written down... A lot of story stuff just happened, and I haven't written anything down. So, Flintstones. So, Pirate Brando... attacks us. We win. But he and an assassin board us Snow chickens out and flees. He snaps, is scared, can't lead, and fakes, question mark, injury, and takes lifeboat. Laszlo wins duel against Brando. I don't care that they call him Brando. I'm calling him Brando. And he appears to be possessed by the Dark Rune. Parentheses, same symbol from S1 and S2. Glenn sees Snow while in pursuit, and
what is the best word for this? Like, he reprimands him and he admonishes him, but it's more intense than that.
I'm just gonna say, and he is completely disgusted with his behavior. And also, Glenn shows concern for Laszlo. Glenn seems to really care about us. Oh yeah, that's right. You do have that in your PFP of Draconics, yeah. Because you have Roy in your picture, right? The pro tag from S2. When Glenn arrives to Laszlo's ship, we win duel against Brando, and as he dies, Brando passes Dark Rune to Glenn. We see a flash of 3 other characters. Hello? Fainting. Yo, Sam, welcome in. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. Tell us about your stream today. Tell me about Franbo. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for bringing everybody through. Welcome in, everybody. I'm going to assume most of y'all have not been here before. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Austin, as you can see right here. I am one of 2 Backlog boys, but I'm the only one that streams on this channel. It's a bit of a long story. If you're curious about that, it's in my panels down below. But I stream first playthroughs on this channel. I do RPGs on Friday, and I do non-RPGs on Tuesdays. My Discord community picks all the games from my backlog behind me. I'm a big physical games collector. I use original hardware and upscalers and all kinds of stuff like that. Play my games on a CRT. I am in no means elitist. I want people to play games and have fun however they can. It's just, that's what I'm into. That's what I like. I like being in a museum of old technology and toys. If you're curious about collector type stuff, !Backlog will give you a link to my spreadsheet that I upkeep, as well as my backlogged, if that's more your thing, kind of showing what's in my collection. It'll also give you a quick peek at the shelf behind me. I'm a musician. I play guitar for various different projects. I am in bands. I do some stuff for video games and video game trailers. I also play a plethora of other instruments, keyboards, bass, drums, vocals, etc., etc. That's kind of my main passion, but I do really love streaming, and I've loved video games for as long as I can remember. So thanks so much for coming through, Sam. Spooky Game Night. Franbo is a spooky, pretty heavy-themed point-and-click game made by the same people that did Little Misfortune. Oh my god. Okay, I watched Jackie play Little Misfortune, and I was completely unaware of it before that. I had never heard of it or anything like that. That game is incredible. Like, what a fantastic juxtaposition of, like, dark humor, like, childhood nostalgia and whimsy, fantasy, adventure, and then also extremely heavy, introspective, emotional content. Like, it would be really, really difficult to combine all of those things into one piece of media, one piece of art, and have it not seem like a, you know, Venn diagram or something, with a bunch of different little pockets of types of content. That game is incredible. I enjoyed watching that playthrough on Jackie's channel so much. I'd love to play it for myself someday. I think a little bit more time needs to pass so that I can kind of forget a little bit more of it and have it be a little bit fresher. But yeah, that's a beautiful game, and an incredible endorsement for Franbo, because I would absolutely play any game that's made by those same people without knowing anything else about it. So I'll have to write that down and put it on a list. Maybe I'll put it on my backlogged wish list next to Little Misfortune for someday. Put it on my someday list. But yeah, thanks for coming through, everybody. We keep it pretty chill here. I do cutaway gags every now and then, and we yap and we'll talk about whatever we want. I like to taste craft sodas and snacks. Sometimes we do a music theory analysis of the game music with my music knowledge. I do Smash Bros. Fights during the ad breaks. CPU fights. I don't participate. Just something for people to watch who don't get blocked behind the ads. But you know, we keep it pretty low key. Otherwise, I'm really into like story analysis. I like to play the game and get through the game. So for all the, you know, cutaways and yapping that we do, the game is definitely the main focus here. But yeah, more info down below in the panels if you're on desktop and you like looking at that sort of stuff. There's all kinds of stuff to learn and look at down there if you want to know more. Let's see. We just had some big story stuff happen, and I was like taking some notes because I like to write notes on my notepad to help me remember stuff and internalize stuff. And we're almost ready to jump back into what's actually happening in the game. So if for some reason you're worried about Suikoden IV spoilers, I guess this is your warning. I'm playing through the Suikoden series for the first time, and we're playing in kind of a weird playing order that I came up with. We're playing number 4, but I haven't played number 3 yet. I've only played number 1 and 2. If you have questions about that, feel free to ask, but if you don't care, I'm not going to bother to explain it, because it's not that exciting, I guess. Lisa, welcome in. How are you? Yes, the pirate ship has sunk. We're gonna learn more about that in just a minute here. I was just playing some background music while I finish my notes here because there's no music on this screen, and I didn't want y'all to sit in silence while I mumble to myself. You were completely unaware of this series until earlier this year. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I always knew the name. Well, I can't say always, but I've known the name Suikoden for a very long time, and I owned Suikoden 3 as like a teenager during my early burgeoning RPG years, when I just only wanted to play RPGs and I wanted anything that looked remotely like an RPG.
but I never actually really played it or got anywhere in it. It was completely over my head. I wasn't ready for a game like that. My literacy was nowhere near what it is now. And I don't just mean like being able to read. I wasn't like a baby. I was a teenager, but I just mean like games literacy, RPG literacy. I didn't really know how to interpret a lot of video game language, telegraphing, things like that. But I didn't actually play. What I was getting to, what I was like, why was I saying all that? I didn't actually play Suikoden 1 and 2 until last year, Sam. So I'm pretty much in the same boat as you. The reputation of 1 and 2 is very strong, and the reputation of 3, 4, 5 is mixed, depending on who you talk to. But pretty much everybody agrees that Suikoden 1 and 2 are some of the best games ever made. So I was very excited to play them. Somebody in my chat commissioned me to play the first one. And after getting through the first one, it felt like it made really good sense to immediately play the second one after that, so we did that. We don't normally do consecutive playthroughs like that, and we don't normally take away the ability for the Discord to pick the next game, because they're usually super excited to do that. Which, by the way, quick aside, we have a poll closing tonight. For any of you that are in the Discord, if you have not voted yet, tonight is your last chance to vote for the game I'm playing all the upcoming Tuesdays, and it is a very spicy poll. The last I looked at it, it was a dead heat between two of the games, and they're all three of them are wildly different games. So please go in there and vote if you have not done that. If you're in my Discord and you have your notifications turned off or something, which is perfectly respectable, by the way. Please go in there and vote on that game. I would love it if you did. That's closing tonight. But yeah, Suikoden 1 and 2 were really great. I'm stoked for the remasters as well, bro. Because those first two games definitely, like, I put it really eloquently last week. I don't remember how exactly I said it, but Suikoden 1 and 2 are extremely good candidates for remasters. Did we just go into an ad? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You guys probably aren't even hearing me right now. I missed the notification. My timer hasn't been showing up tonight. I'm not gonna cut away to the ad. We're just gonna stay here. My bot is supposed to automatically snooze ads if we have a raid, so I don't know why that didn't happen. But it's okay. We're not missing gameplay. That's the important part. We're missing a Smash bout, but it's really not a big deal because we got so many extras from this matchup anyways. We should be coming back in a few seconds here. I'm just going to wait. Yeah, they are really good classic games, but Suikoden 1 and 2 are prime candidates for a remaster because they're, in my opinion, as somebody who has no nostalgia... welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that ad. It snuck up on me. I thought it was going to get snoozed because of the raid, but it didn't, and I didn't see it go off. So I'm sorry if you missed any of the conversation, but we're not doing any gameplay right now. So welcome back if you were stuck behind some stupid Taco Bell ads or something. Just talking about how Suikoden 1 and 2 are prime candidates for remasters because as good as they are and still approachable as they are, for my personal opinion, and without any, nostalgia glasses on, because I didn't play them as a kid or anything, there are a lot of things in Suikoden 1 and 2 that are very murky and unclear. There's a lack of telegraphing of a lot of things, which is a really big thing for me. I'm very persnickety about game design stuff. And not just telegraphing in like a, how you would think of in like a fighting game where you can see what somebody's doing and try to read it, but telegraphing as in like making it obvious what you're supposed to do next and making it obvious, or making it easy to repeat information that tells you what to do next. Things like that, like quality of life type stuff. A lot of that is missing from Suikoden 1 and 2. that could really, really easily be fixed in remasters, and I'm sure will. Like more accurate descriptions of items and spells, and just how certain things in the equipment menu work, and all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm the type of person that wants as much information as you can possibly give me about the mechanics of the game, because I love strategy, I like combinations, I like learning systems and stuff like that. It's very difficult for me to feel like something is overly complicated, looking at you, Xenoblade X. But for the most part, I want as much information as you can give me about how stuff works. And Suikoden was just, they were right there, you know? Like, it seemed like there was all this potential for cool, like, combinations and like intricacies and stuff like that, but the game didn't give me enough tools to parse all that out. It was more of like oh, you got to just play this like an old school Dragon Quest and just kind of like trial and error discover everything. And that works fine if you're in a really small compartmentalized type of space, and it's like, oh, well, there's 18 spells. You can afford to just try each one and see what it does. But when you have over 100 characters, trial and error to figure out who has like combination attacks is not really realistic for me, you know? Like, maybe if I was 9 years old and it was the only video game I owned, sure, maybe I'll figure all that out. But, you know, like, the scope of the game is very large, and from in my opinion, that doesn't go well with a lack of telegraphing. You need to tell your player exactly how stuff works so that they will be incentivized to utilize all those things. Because I'm the type of player where if you don't tell me how stuff works, I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to whack everything with my sword because I know how that works. And until something says, oh, you can't whack me with a sword, you know, I'm just going to keep whacking you with my sword because I want to understand what I'm doing. That kind of stuff. So I think the Suikoden 1 and 2 remasters stand a really, really good chance of vastly improving those games. I really hope they pull it off. Not to mention, the main thing people bring up is like the translation is pretty weak because it's a 90s PS1 RPG, and apparently they had a pretty exceptionally short timeline, which is like always the name of the game. Like, I don't think there were any 90s RPG localizations that weren't due like over a weekend. You know, Final Fantasy VI famously was translated in like 100 hours or something like that. You know, Ted Woolsey all by himself, whatever. You know, all those legendary stories that you hear. But it's rough. The Suikoden 1 and 2 text is rough. Sometimes it's really hard to tell what people are saying. Like, there were entire text boxes where I just like, I don't know what I'm supposed to glean from this. Like, it's not just like a typo where it's like, oh, that's kind of funny, you know, they forgot a comma there, or they misspelled this word, or they forgot a space and the two words are run together. It's not just stuff like that. It's just like you read the sentence like 8 times and it's nonsense and you don't know what you're supposed to understand from it. And it might be really important information. It's pretty rough. And it definitely, it causes a few story moments to suffer because it impedes your telegraphing of knowing what to do next, or how to recruit a character that you might want, because there's like misinformation. You know, like a character might say a sentence that makes sense, and so you're like, oh, okay, I need to, buy you a fish, but they were actually supposed to say, you need to kill 50 enemies. You know, like that's not real. That's just an example, but like. There were things like that in the game too, where you don't realize that you're reading something that was mistranslated as well, because it just seems like a normal sentence, but it's actually like wrong. Kind of like in like Final Fantasy 1 and 2, where spells say that they do something and you use them and it doesn't do that and you don't know why, and it's just because the programming was bad, But as the player, you don't get any kind of feedback. You just think like, oh, did I do something wrong? Maybe it doesn't work on this enemy. Stuff like that, and you're just kind of left with these unanswered questions. There's a lot of stuff like that in Suikoden 1 and 2, where you just don't know why certain things don't work, because the game doesn't tell you. Anyways, let's get back to Suikoden 4. Let me finish up these thoughts that I was having. Let's see if we can get back on track here. We saw a flash of 3 other characters fainting, and it was very reminiscent of something that happened in Suikoden 2, or as we call it around here, S2. I don't remember what characters those were, but there was this element of like, oh no, that's totally okay, Sam. Thank you again for the raid. Also, I don't even know if I knew that you streamed, so I'm gonna have to go make sure that I'm actually following you and try to catch you sometime. Really nice to have you come through. That was the last thought there. So now we're back out of the cutscene and we're in some regular dialogue. Perfect timing for that song to end. Oh my god, I hate... small rant. I hate when you are in a YouTube playlist, right when the song changes to the next one, down in the video controls. So, okay, when you're in a playlist on YouTube, and you go down and you're hovering over the video, and the scrubber and the play controls come up on the bottom, and you've got your play button and your mute button, timestamp, etc. settings. Well, when you're in a playlist, on the bottom left corner, where the play button, play pause button normally is, you have the arrows to go backwards and forwards in the playlist, right? So you have back, play, forward, and then the volume mute, right? When you're in a playlist. Well, when you're in a playlist and you autoplay from one song to the next song in the playlist, let me tell you what happens. The YouTube page of the one song goes to the YouTube page of the next song in the playlist, right? You're moving from one URL to another. You're not actually staying on the same website page for all intents and purposes. And when that new page loads, if you want to immediately pause the song, you're going to go for that play button. Well, when the page first loads, for some reason, the play button is on the far left. The back button to go to the previous video, it isn't there for about half a second. And so every time I try to pause a song right as it's switching over to a new one, I end up clicking the back button just as it appears underneath my mouse cursor and taking me back to the last song and starting it. It's just this tiny little thing that really irks me, because it's like, oh, nice, I got like a clean pause point. Nope. Sorry. And there's no explanation for that. I guess it's probably just like the hierarchy of what elements on the page load, and for some reason the back button loads after everything else. It's really frustrating, and it gets me every time. Like, I know it's gonna happen and I'm trying to like watch it, but it's either you just wait and have to let the next video start and then click pause. I guess if I was really smart, I would reach over to my keyboard and hit K. That's what I need to start training myself to do. Because if you don't know, you can use keyboard controls on YouTube. They're actually extremely useful, especially if you're a musician and you're trying to like transcribe a song. K is to pause and play. J is to go back 10 seconds. L is to go forward 10 seconds. And then M is mute. There's a couple other keyboard controls that you can do. There's like a web page you can look up to learn these. But the JKL is extremely useful. Anyways, King Luca Blight, welcome in. Oh no, it's King Luca Blight. The worst was in Suikoden 1. The translation team misunderstood the game notes and literally put in, after returning from Dwarf Village, which is a literal note left by the other team to signal where they were in the story, and putting it in pushed all the text in that event down to the next person, causing other characters to say things that others were supposed to. Yeah, that's actually... I'm so glad you're here to give that example, Luca, because obviously my memory is not good enough to give an example that specific, and also I didn't know that. But yeah, that's a great example of a translation mistake that's not detectable. It's not just like a misspelling or a typo where you're like, oh, they were rushed, or oh, they screwed that up, or oh, that sentence is kind of awkward and doesn't make sense. But it's like a character is telling you something, and it doesn't make sense because that character is telling it to you. But you're not going to have the wherewithal to know, like, oh, this must have been a coding error, and this string of text got assigned to the wrong ID in the code and was therefore stated by an incorrect NPC, you're not going to be able to backtrack all that playing the game for the first time, even if you know that the translation has issues. And there's so much little weird stuff like that. Necklord recognizing Victor in the past was also a mistranslation. He's supposed to say, "Who are you?" not "Oh, it's you." Yeah, see, and that's such a small thing, but it makes a huge difference. And okay, I gotta turn this music back on because we're yapping again. It makes a huge difference. Little things like this happened all over the game, and it really started to like frustrate me because I was just like, man, I care so much about analyzing this story and understanding it and digesting it and like giving it its proper attention. But all these little things like that would happen, and it would just create all these questions. My notepad was filled with questions, and I'd be like, I'd write down something like, how does Necklord know who Victor is? And then I would think, oh, maybe at some point we're gonna get their history and we're gonna learn about how they know each other from the past, right? And then that never happens. And then at the end of the game, as the credits are rolling, I'm sitting there thinking, oh, we never got a resolution to, Victor and Necklord's relationship. What a bummer. What a missed opportunity. Only to come to find out that it's not even a thing, And I'm like holding that against the story in my analysis completely unfoundedly and unnecessarily without realizing it. So, all that to say, great candidate for a remaster. It's perfectly playable in its original state, but there's a lot of stuff that could be polished and fixed to make it the masterpiece that so many people see it as. You were upset because you were like, that's a plot hole, but it really wasn't a plot hole at all. Yeah, it's such a unique type of error. Usually when people think of bad translations, you just think of stiff text or typos. Usually that's all you're dealing with. Like, people trying to directly translate like Japanese idioms. Like there's always the one character that says it can't be helped, and like it doesn't mean anything to American players. Like American people would never say it can't be helped, but the translator is just directly translating it because they don't have the context, or they don't know Japanese that well, or whatever it may be, and they don't have the time or the knowledge to realize like, oh, this should say like, what are you gonna do, huh? Like an American equivalent of shikataganai or whatever it is. Okay, we're going back to the game now. For real. For realsies. Alright, so here's Mizuki. Mizuki and this other guy with the tall hair we saw at the harbor, and we're kind of suspicious of them. We're also suspicious of this guy who commissioned us. And look at this big peacock vulture thing. I'm excited to see more of that bird. The pirate ship has sunk.
It certainly has been one misfortune after another. But with this, we will no longer be dogged by the infamous pirate Brando.
Well, it's a little ironic for us to be calling him infamous, though.
We must exercise more caution in the future. By the way, Ms. Mizuki and Mr. Akagi, what did you make of that light just now?
I've never seen anything like it. There was a weird sound, too, like someone screaming. Still, it gave me the chills. See, even here, there's like some weird stilted text. Like, there's no reason for him to say still there. Like, that's contradictory. And then the way that he's calling them like Mr. and Ms. is clearly like a direct translation from Japanese as well. Like, they're probably not... They probably have a very informal relationship from an American standpoint.
I suppose this is something we should report as well. I would like to confirm it one more time.
Loser, Snow. Loser. Are you gonna talk? What's your plan now, dude? You gonna row all the way back to Razoril? Oh, we're gonna go pick him up. Dude, he's cooked. He's got nothing. There's literally nothing he could say. We looked up to him, too. Okay, we're back to gameplay, so I'm gonna go back down to gameplay volume. We haven't saved in a while, so let's do that. And we're just back home. We're just back home in Razoril.
Hey there.
Oh. Only to go
Feeling
right back
better?
into a cutscene.
If you're up for it, how about a little walk into town? I have a few things I need to pick up.
I love that his bravado is immediately back. Just acting like the cool guy again. Alright, volume back down. I'm trying to get in the habit of hitting this volume hotkey to boost the volume during the voiced scenes so that y'all can hear it better. So, please bear with me. I apologize if I miss one or if I'm slow. And also, obviously, let me know if it's, you know, too loud or too quiet. I have lots of different volume points that I can jump to, both quieter and louder. So if you ever want more or less from the regular audio or the voiced audio, just say the word. I know some people really don't like people in their chat talking about like the stream, like in the sense of like video stuff, audio stuff, because it like annoys them or distracts them or whatever. But I actually really appreciate it. I care a lot about the audio and video presentation, and I put a lot of time into it. So if something is like,
Hey, you're already up and walking?
You know, you did quite well back there.
Yeah, it was amazing. I was really worried for a while there, but the commander escaped with only a small injury too.
I can't believe you two. Didn't you see what happened back there? The commander's wounds were hardly small.
Well, well, shouldn't the ex-captain with a seriously injured arm be getting some rest right now?
Let's go.
Come on, we should get going too.
Yeah, all right.
God, some of these guys sound like Steve Bloom.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'll be more careful next time. You'll see. Anyway, I need to get some mega medicine. You'll come with me, right?
All right. So yeah, he's completely lost his reputation amongst the knights. Now he just looks like a Nepo baby. Which he is, and was before. I know I'm supposed to go the other way, so I'm going to see if this guy will do anything for me. Oh, I'm allowed to leave. Interesting. But if there's no, like, missions or anything, I don't see the point. So I'm just going to go towards the next... I'm just going to go into town here. I have a feeling there's going to be some kind of kicker scene when we get into town here. Like, somebody's going to further chastise Snow, because word is going to get around that he's a loser. This is such an interesting dynamic right off the bat. Like, our character, Laszlo, was set up as this kind of, like, younger adopted brother vibe who's, like, looking up to Snow, who's, like, the golden boy of the knights. You know, he's the son of the lord who owns the entire Marines Academy. And we were kind of like the tag-along, you know, little brother kind of vibes. Even though it seems like we're, you know, the same age. But, you know, we're like a ward of his family. We're an orphan. We don't talk. And all the, like, battle animations of them together, he's kind of like, you know, like looking over to him to, like, see what he's doing. You know, kind of like seeking approval, trying to be cool, like Snow, because everybody thinks Snow is cool. that kind of stuff. But now we're in this situation where everybody thinks that we're cool and thinks that he sucks. But clearly, you know, we haven't turned on him yet, because he's like our surrogate family.
Here, this is the place. Let's see what they have, Laszlo. I hear they sell mega medicine here. I was thinking of getting some for the commander. If they have enough, I'll give some to you too, okay? It may come in handy, you know?
So yeah, he's like, if they have enough, I'll give you some too. It sounds good to you. Thank you, Sam. Okay, so this guy is still kind of like glazing up Snow. I guess word hasn't gotten around yet. It's just amongst the knights. Oh yeah, the cat guy. Let's see if we actually have the mega medicine. I'm just curious if it's like actually in my inventory. No, it's not. Because that is a real item in the other games. Oh yeah, and I gotta remember that NPCs talk twice sometimes.
Okay, that's fine.
Hey, look! They say that's the knight who saved Sir Glenn. See him? The one next to young Master Snow.
Oh, you mean that boy? He's a knight too? I see him around here sometimes, running errands and such.
At any rate, the young master must feel pretty safe with a strong knight at his side.
Laszlo, let's get going.
He is not liking this. He is not liking this. So word is getting around. Okay, so these ladies out here gossiping in the square, they're aware that Glenn is hurt. Laszlo, go beat those pirates.
Hey, I heard the knights are in big trouble right now. Wouldn't the Lord lend us some help at a time like this?
What can he do? He's just the owner of the football team, as it were. Alright, I guess I'll go up. We'll go up to the square one more time. See if there's any new dialogue. Maybe we'll play Beyblade once. We'll let her rip one more time. Yeah, this is new dialogue that we're getting here.
Laszlo, have you heard that there's some rune out there that consumes people's lives? And the pirates around here supposedly got a hold of it recently. Do you think it's true?
Got news for you. Nothing particularly unusual so far. Mr. Knight, are you tired at all? Here, please have this. Ooh, a cough drop. Thank you. What are the pirates doing? If it looks bad, let me know right away, okay? I'll run away. How would I let you know? Am I going to text you?
You know, my husband, he no longer goes out to sea anymore. He says he's afraid of the pirates. With all the pirate commotion, the goods have stopped coming in too. Say, how long is this situation going to continue?
Okay, this is, once again, hats off on this world building here. This is how it would go, too. Like, even though we resoundingly defeated the pirates and made them look stupid, these people of this very insulated community are scared because they heard about some pirates, you know? Oh, some pirates attacked. Oh, there's this scary rune, have you heard? You know, and the rumor mill's going. They don't have anything else going on. So, you know, they heard the commander got hurt, and they probably see him as some kind of, like, big figure. And so now they're, you know, they're scared. So, City of Razoril is afraid of pirate attack. You know, they think it's like imminent. They could be coming in any second, kind of a thing. All right.
We must increase security around town until this trouble with the pirates is over. Those are Miss Katarina's orders.
Oh yeah, I guess Katarina is the second in command. She's the vice commander. So she's probably running the show if Glenn is still injured. So it's possible she could kind of be, you know, riling everybody up a little bit, having them on kind of an alert status. And then, like, the ships, the trade ships not coming in because they're scared of the pirates, like, that affects everybody. That's huge.
The fact that ships have stopped coming poses a huge problem for us.
Right now, I'm planning things in case cargo stops coming.
Sounds like it already has, dude.
To think we'd get attacked by pirates the moment you all became knights. Poor guys.
How is Commander Glenn doing? Please let him know that everyone is concerned for him.
Okay. I bet Beyblade guy doesn't care about the pirates. Yep. All right. We'll shoot till we miss here. We'll do another one of these. Maybe we'll get lucky. Okay, that was perfect. Come on. Yes. Oh, that was beautiful. 2-1. We got him dead to rights. Come on. Get out of here. All right, that's 1. Oh, I always start winding it up right away. All right, we got the red. It seems like getting the red is probably the best thing we can do. But obviously the timing is huge too. Like if we have to send out ours before his because ours is slowing down, I think we're just kind of cooked immediately. Ah, shoot. All right, 2-1. Let's go. Come on. Oh, this isn't good. This isn't good. Oh, we got him. Yo, D. Holmes, welcome in. You have no memory of this? I mean, you could easily miss this if you don't talk to this guy, or if you talk to him once and forget about it. I feel like it would be hard to forget this if you played it, though. It seems like a very memorable... Wow, I just killed my own top there. Come on, come on. Get in there. I guess there probably is some strategy of trying to like come in from the opposite side and like wedge them. Okay, we got 3. This is our current PB. This same minigame was an Eiyuden stretch goal. You thought it was weird. Now it makes more sense. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's a nice little nod. Great idea for a stretch goal, too. Come on. Oh god, this isn't good. I don't like this. Yes! Yes! That was beautiful. Nice hit. Yes, keep him in the friction zone. Oh, no. Oh, I think we got him. Yes. Okay, new PV. That's 4. Can we get to 5 for the cough drop? Ooh, that was close. We almost died there. Just barely got our other one on there in time, because it kind of kills you early. Oh, we just took ourselves out. Come on. Come on. Looks good. Yes, got him. Okay. That's 5. All right, so we got window set 3. Now we finally have confirmation of what he meant. Window set 3, 5 streak,
Beyblade. So he said he would give us a special item for each landmark. So even though we wrote down and he told us that a streak of 5 gives you a cough drop, that's the like repeated item. So for one win, we got the medicine, and every win after that, I think we also got a medicine. And then the first time we got to 5, we get this window set 3, but every subsequent time we get to 5, we're gonna get a cough drop. And we'll probably get cough drop as well for 6, 7, 8, and 9. And if we manage to make it to 10, we won't get the escape talisman, we'll get some other like exciting item. So that makes more sense for the 20. The first time we get to 20, we'll probably either get to recruit this character or get like a really, really good item. And there's, you know, there's no guarantee that we're gonna do that, by the way. I have no intentions of 100%ing this game unless they give me like some really good tools built into the game to do it, because I'm not gonna look anything up, and I'm not gonna be super stubborn about trying to do it, because nothing transfers over to 5. I don't really care. I just want to play it how I play it. That's actually more exciting to me. It'll be fun to look stuff up afterwards and see what I missed and see how other people's playthroughs differ. This is interesting. 2 to 2. Okay, now we're down to 1s. Okay, we're looking good here. Doubled up on him. Oh, down to 1. But we got a couple licks in. Oh, we got this. Yes! All right. Oh, the prize still says window set 3. Okay, so we probably didn't get repeated items. If you want a cough drop as a prize for literally anything, you'd probably punch the person who gave it to you. You know, that's pretty fair, D. Holmes. How are you doing tonight, by the way? Nice to see you. Happy Friday if it's your weekend. Ooh, that's not good. Oh, it actually was pretty good, though. Oh, we almost had him there. He just barely stayed alive. Oh, this doesn't look good. This might be the one where we go out. We hit ourselves a bunch of times. Oh, maybe? Yes! Got him, dude. All right. Perfect. In the red. We know that's good. We know we want to aim for the red. There's no reason to not go in the red, I don't think. Oh, he got us right on the drop, dude. Okay, so we should try to do that. He dropped his top like right on top of his other one, and it kind of like croqueted ours off the table. That's a good strat. That's what we should be trying to do. Instead of dropping it in the side and trying to like, you know, be more friendly with the bump, we should just drop it right on top. Okay, we'll know that for next time. Also, this will be good. This will be a good experiment to make sure that we actually got that item. Let's see here. I don't think we did. Oh, wow. Okay, that's fascinating. So we actually didn't get that window set. So whatever item we're currently holding, we have to quit while we're ahead in order to keep that item. So we would have to get our 5 streak again to get that item. And that's why it keeps showing the item every single round. Because you're not getting it again. It's still, that's the one item that you stand to win, but you have to walk away to get the item. Interesting. Okay, so we did not get the window set 3. I'm gonna make a note of that. All right. Doesn't look like there's anything else new going on here.
So, oh, I guess it probably would be a good idea to go around and talk to like all the portraited characters, because they all seem to have new dialogue too, and that could be important for potentially recruiting them. Because that was Conrad there. We talked to him before. He wasn't super nice, but he seems very sympathetic for Glenn. He was telling us to, you know, tell him that he's checking on him and, you know, if there's anything he can do, you know, that kind of stuff. So maybe we'll go around and try to talk to some of these other portraited characters that we've met. Some of them are on the other island on Middleport, but quite a few of them are here. And actually, that reminds me, I never wrote down the cat guy. What's his name? Chiapoo? Got dinner from Five Guys, ordered a little fries. They gave you regular fries by accident, and a regular fries is like 10 pounds of fries. Yeah, they go pretty nutty with it. They like fill the container and then they just throw a bunch more fries in the bag. I could see them doing it if they're like almost out of fries and they need to like make another batch or something. You're like, just, you know, whatever. I could see them doing that. Or you just got lucky. They just like you. Is it Chiapo? I thought it was Chiapoo with 2 O's. I think he's in here. Yeah, there he is. Oh, it is Chiapoo. Alright, he doesn't say anything different. Nima! No. That's enough. Where are these other characters? Middleport. Katarina. Conrad, we just talked to. Snow. We haven't seen Tal, Jewel, Paula, or Kenneth since our first mission. We talked to Basil. Yeah, a lot of these characters are in Middleport. So the only character that we might be able to talk to is Fungi, who is the cook in Razoril. We have taken a lot of notes tonight. We're on like page 4 or 5. It's pretty nuts. That's probably a record. Yo, what's up, 9? How you doing? Okay, let's go into the Knight Academy and see if we can talk to Fungi. See if he's in there. Obviously, we'll look for our schoolmates as well. I do like the idea that, you know, they graduated and they're off on their own missions and whatnot as well, and that's why they're not just hanging around here. Like, the only ones hanging around here are the ones that are still students, right? You know, the graduates graduated and they all left. It actually kind of makes sense. I like it. Let's see. This isn't where Fungi is, but we'll just do a lap around the... what do we call this place? The castle? I guess it's the academy. I'm almost getting used to the completely inverted camera controls. I really wish I could change it, but you can't. It's so rare to play a game that has an inverted X-axis on the camera. Oh, hey, it's Fungi. Just who we were looking for.
Hey, Laszlo. It's almost time for the commander to have his meal. You should head to the kitchen now. Can you do me a favor and give the medicine to the commander? Sorry, but I have some errands to run. Oh, Laszlo, that time... I really couldn't move my arm. I hope you believe that.
Wow. So obviously he doesn't want to show his face in front of the commander. That's why he's saying that. He doesn't have any errands to run. And he's lying to us. Oh, there's our Mega Medicine. Okay, so we got 1 for the commander and 2 for us. Snow, you're such a snake. Come on, man. Why you gotta be like that? Let's see if we can talk to Fungi again. He's supposed to be hanging out in here. There he is.
Oh, there you are. Take this meal to him before it gets cold.
Oh, we had to come in here.
I put all my effort into this special meal for the commander. I hope he gets better soon.
If only we could harvest more vegetables here in Razoril. Hey, Laszlo, you eating too? Alright, we're gonna go up to Glenn's room. You should not visit the commander's room unless you have important business. Well, let me tell you. We got food and meds for Grandpa. That's what it feels. He's not that old. It's just, this is what it feels like right now.
Oh, please come in.
Katarina's in here. Voices?
Oh.
Yep.
Thank you, as always.
Oh, Katarina likes us too.
Oh, what's this?
Oh, dang, we can throw Snow under the bus here. This is interesting. She's asking us about the medicine, and we can say that it's from Snow, or we can just say that we bought it. This is interesting. Now, I don't want to give Snow any credit. However, I also don't want to lie. Because in addition to it not being our idea to get the medicine, we also didn't buy it. I didn't read the text out loud. I should have. But the shopkeeper actually gave us the medicine. We didn't have to pay for it. And the reason why the shopkeeper gave it to us is because he was still seeing Snow as Golden Boy, son of the Lord who owns everything around here, etc., etc. And he just kind of gave him the celebrity discount. So I'm actually going to go with the first option here, even though we all agree that Snow sucks. I don't want my character to lie. And I also don't want my character to be somebody who engages in stolen valor. This decision probably doesn't matter. That was a big hallmark of Suikoden 1 and 2, where you'd get these decision moments that seemed really profound and impactful, and they would end up not mattering. There's probably some that do, but after a while, I was approaching them as if they didn't matter, because they never seemed to. All right, so it's medicine from Snow.
From Snow? My. I suppose he is trying to redeem his honor in some way.
Very curious what she would have said if I said the other thing, though. Like, would she have caught us in a lie? Or would she have said something nice about us? It's probably just different dialogue. It probably doesn't affect anything.
I'm sure you don't want to be doing these menial chores forever.
Nima, please.
Commander, please.
Never mind. We can discuss that later. For now, I just need to eat.
Oh, yes, sir.
Nima.
You were there, so I'm sure you saw. But that pirate was...
Oh no! Sir, you're ruined!
Commander!
I'm sorry. Let me be alone for a while.
But Commander...
Now, that's an order.
Okay, let's go. Commander, if there's anything you need, please send for me right away. The medicine is on the table.
Right.
With the way people described this game, I was expecting it to have really bad voice acting, but it's actually really good. especially for its time.
Damn it. Who the hell are you? What do you want from me?
Like the only thing that would make these scenes like silly or funny or campy is what's going on like graphically. You know, like some of the models are kind of plain. Some of the animations are a little stiff or whatever, but the voice acting is good. You didn't remember voice acting being one of the main complaints about the game? Yeah, I guess I don't know that I've necessarily heard people complain about the game, or complain about the voice acting specifically, but just with like the aura that a lot of people create for this game, I made the assumption, I guess I kind of like subconsciously made the assumption that that was going to be an aspect of it, just because that was pretty common for games from this era. But the main complaints that I would hear people say are just about the people complained about the animations, specifically the walk cycle of the main character, which, like, you know, it's kind of funny, but like not that big of a deal. And people would complain about the slow pacing. People would complain about the footstep sounds. I was in Shane's stream this morning and he's like, the footstep sounds in that game are wild. And I was like, really? Maybe my volume's just not turned up loud enough. I don't know. But yeah, I'm all in on this game so far. Hey, Mersu. Yeah, I guess you did get a gifty. Look at that nice carbuncle badge next to your name. How lovely. Okay, this is great. Mersu has a green username and a carbuncle badge next to it that's also green. And then D Holmes has a phoenix badge, which is orange, just like his orange username. How awesome is that? It's probably too small for most of y'all to see because of how tiny they are. But my sub badges are the Eidolons from FF9. Lovely to see you, Mersu. How you doing? Is it morning for you right now? Or are you up super late?
Laszlo, you can go now. I will watch his door.
You'll watch his door. What's it gonna do while you're watching it? She's guarding. You're just still up? Look at you, what a rebel. 5 a.m., my goodness. Are you on one of your cleaning tirades? Or are you just partying like it's 1999? Okay, so what am I supposed to be doing now? Models and animations are definitely not worse than Suikoden 3, so anyone complaining about them must be really annoyed by 3. Yeah, I think these models are fine. Like, most of the animations I've seen are fine. Like, from fine to good. Maybe a few that were kind of goofy. I think it's probably just a nostalgia thing. Like, people really like the pixely, slightly anime look of 1 and 2, and this doesn't have that because it's 3D. That was a short scene. Alright. Back to regular game volume level. Oh, our friends are back! Oh, but there's music. Okay, that must have been showing me that the pirates are coming. Cleanup day was yesterday. You've just not been aware of the time. Not being aware of time is kind of like a power move. It's kind of a flex. That happened to me when I was, the last time I was at MagFest. We were just like walking around and talking to people, and, you know, it's a massive convention. There's people everywhere. It's super busy. You can't see outside unless you go to certain parts of the hotel. Why does my bot post Nima's emote to the chat every time that D Holmes speaks? What's going on there? I'm like trying to... Oh, because you're saying animated. And that has Nima in it. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. I'm gonna have to go into my bot and try to figure out a way to fix that. So every time somebody says animation or animated, it's gonna put Nima in the chat. That's so funny. But yeah, last time I was at MagFest, we're like walking around, and in my mind and in my body, like my like, you know, subconscious circadian rhythm or whatever, it felt like it was like 10 o'clock at night. You know, I was like, okay, yeah, it's starting to get a little bit later. You know, it's after dinner time. It's definitely nighttime. We're walking around, but things are popping. Everybody's out and about. And I don't remember exactly what triggered it, but somebody like looked at their phone or whatever and like, oh, it's 3:30. And I was like, wow, I'm proud of myself. Like, I'm not like, you know, sleepy or dragging or anything like that. Like, you know, you get, when you get that feeling of like, I still got it. Laszlo, what should we do? Those guys are... Let's fight. Yeah, we can take him. You're right. For now, that's the only thing we can do. All right, I'll go on ahead then. Oh, we're gonna like talk to all our friends here. Laszlo. You're right. I'll head to the harbor then. Hey, did you look outside? What are we supposed to do? Damn it! Yeah, you're right. Sorry I panicked. I'll head to the harbor right away. What should our plan of action be? God, what is that character from Attack on Titan's name? Can anybody bail me out here? He's best friends with John. He's one of the main characters. He has the shaved sides, just like that. What is that character? Connie! His name is Connie. God, I could not think of his name last week. It was driving me crazy. It appears that is our only choice. I'll head for our ship. So we're rallying the troops here. We can't get away! What do you mean we can't get away? You're in like the most fortified location that you could possibly be in. So I guess the pirates are coming. They're coming to make landfall. We don't really know why. We don't have any sense of what they are after. It doesn't really seem like there's anything here in Razoril in particular that they would want. So I feel like we're gonna learn something on that front. We're gonna learn what the pirates are after. You know, they're not just coming here to steal potions or whatever. You know, they're coming here to do something strategic, you know. And they're not trying to like siege the city, you know. They're not like an enemy nation's army. They don't have the numbers and the strategy to take down an organized army. You know, they're probably trying to do a little sneaky attack here, and they either want like some specific item that we have, or maybe they want a person that we have. Cutscene? Probably. Oh, no. Oh, whoa, look at this. We got like active battles happening out here. I like how they have like hodgepodge different color sails. Whoa, that actually is going over our head. That's crazy. I guess that's supposed to like illustrate that they are like a ragtag bunch and they don't have the clean uniform white sails of the Marines that we're a part of. I'm assuming I can't go this way, but I just want to see what these guys say. Oh, we're coming up on an ad. Holy smokes. Super fast prediction. We're going to have another smash bout between Samus and Link. If you haven't been here, Link has been killing it. You got 30 seconds to wager channel points. It's real fast. Real fast. Get in the chat. If you don't see it at the top of the chat, it's in the channel points menu. We're going to run a 3-minute ad break to kill the pre-rolls for another hour. You won't miss any gameplay. If you don't get hit with the ads, you'll get to watch 2 CPUs fight in Smash Bros. And we're keeping global stats. It's going to take a very long time, but once we have every character having fought every character, we're going to have a party stream where we'll have like a tournament bracket and see who like the grand champion CPU is, and then we'll start the whole thing over and do it again. It's just the new thing that we're doing for ad breaks to try to make it a little bit more exciting for y'all. Because I hate to put my gameplay behind a paywall, so I stop playing my game during the ads so that people who aren't subscribed can still get the full experience. But then the people who are supporting me, like, they have to just sit there and look at my BRB screen for 3 minutes and, you know, listen to Nintendo music or, you know, walk away and whatever. So just trying to throw in a little something for people to look at, get invested in, whatever. So we're going to switch over there. Good luck to those of you that are in the prediction. And here we go. See you in 3 minutes. Oh man, it looks like we're gonna have a sudden death on our hands, folks. This is exciting. Oh no, Link got it. Okay, I must have missed a fall or a KO. I thought it was 1-1. Welcome back from the ad, those of you that got hit with it. Those of you that got to see the match, that seemed like it was a pretty decent one. Samus has been getting demolished, as you can see from the scorecards down there. She certainly doesn't have any chance to claw it back, but overall wins do matter. So even if you don't win your week, your overall points do matter. I don't know why I just gave her the point. That brings Link up to 11 for the week. Pretty rousing success for the Link fans. So we'll update our global standings here, which is in the bottom left of your screen. Next week, we're going to have Captain Falcon facing off against Pikachu. We have a channel point redeem where you can pick the fighters for next week. For the next week. It's currently not open, but on Tuesday it'll open up once we start our next matchup. All right, let's come back over here. There we go. From one battle to another, shall we say. Razoril is under attack by pirates. And I don't understand why. So we're going to find out together as friends. Shall we? Okay. What do these guys say? This gate will be closed for a while. That's a really dumb thing to say. Come on, what are you doing? Hurry up and join us on the counteroffensive. Okay, that makes more sense. They must have just put that other one in there for comedy. This gate will be closed for a while. That's so dumb. This skybox is pretty bad, though. Like, everything in this game looks pretty good, but this skybox is pretty rough. Like, it looks like you could just reach out and touch it. Oh, Laszlo, it's you. Use the ship in the harbor. It's all ready to go. Be careful out there. Oh, I actually had to talk to him. All right, time for a ship battle. I like these ship battles a lot, actually. I was worried, again, making assumptions, back to what D. Holmes and I were talking about earlier. I was making assumptions that people didn't like this because this is something that's different from what I know of 1 and 2. Like, oh, people must not like the ship battles or whatever. But this is sick, actually. I like this a lot. Maybe they get, like, really stupid hard later or something, and it's annoying. Or, like, super long, and it's just boring. But I really like this so far. The Pirate Dario. I've also been, like, really, really thirsty for a strategy, tactical, grid-based RPG. And there's so many of them that I want to play, but I am forcing myself to play Final Fantasy Tactics first, because I haven't done a proper full playthrough of it. I got like maybe like a quarter of the way or less through the game way back in the day when I first bought it, and never got any farther. So I really want to give that game like its proper attention and a full streamed playthrough. But it's never won a poll. It's been on every RPG poll we've ever had, but it hasn't won yet. So I've been telling people, hey, if you ever want to see me play any tactical RPG game ever on this channel, you have to vote for Final Fantasy Tactics, because they won't get put on a poll until Final Fantasy Tactics happens. And even if somebody used their 25,000 channel points to add a game to the poll, if you chose a tactical RPG, I would veto it and give you your points back or make you pick something else. It's got to be Tactics. Be warned. Let it be known. But the way things have been going, it seems like y'all are going to make me finish the Suikoden Machete order before I ever get to play Dot Hack or Final Fantasy Tactics. We'll see. It was very close. And again, this is your reminder to vote in the Tuesday poll that's in the Discord right now. Please vote if you have not voted yet. Very, very spicy poll. Very excited either way that it goes.
Now, let us set everything up. It seems the enemy has 2 ships. The flagship has 2 types of rune shells, wind and fire. The other ship seems to only have the fire rune. Now, let us hurry as well.
Alright. So we have 2 ships here. Oh, that's Snow's ship. Okay, it's already set up. We may not get to control that ship. So let's see here. Wind does not have a relationship with fire. I gotta remind myself of that. So let's see. The other one is... What is the other one? It's wind and fire on their flagship. Okay. So we need to have... Oh, sorry. I misspoke. Fire is good against wind. I was mixing up wind and lightning on here. So Tal is lightning. Paula is... Or no, sorry. Tal is earth. We don't need that. Paula is wind. Kenneth is lightning. And then Jewel is water. Okay, so water is good against fire. That's good. We're going to need that. And then fire is good against wind. We actually don't have anybody with fire. So that kind of sucks. That means that if the flagship shoots us with fire, or no, with wind, we won't have a way to cancel out their shots like we did in the previous battle. But I guess we have to bring somebody else. So let's bring... I guess maybe we can bring wind, and maybe shooting wind at wind will have some kind of negating effect. I'd love to know if shooting... I'm sure shooting earth at wind would be a bad idea, because it's in the opposite direction. It's like, you know, scissors versus paper kind of thing. So let's bring Paula as our second gunner. And then down here, we're just going to bring both of these guys, because it doesn't matter. And that's all we got. Sam, thank you so much for hanging out for so long. I really appreciate that. That's so not expected from a raid. Thank you again for coming through with everybody with the raid. I hope you have a good rest of your night and or a good sleep. We will see you around. Everybody go follow Sam, myself included. Admittedly, I don't think I realized that Sam streamed. That happens sometimes. So go give Sam a follow. Check them out. They're so nice. Yeah, we'll see you later. Okay. So that's all we've got to work with. We had a bunch of dudes on our last time, but now it's just the four of us. Where's Jewel? Why don't we have... Oh, sorry. There she is. She's right there. Hello. So we can't change anything on Snow's ship. He's got a bunch of people. Way more than us. Ooh, that spooked me a little bit. The lady must be back. Let's make sure there's no surprises on the map here. Yeah, and then let's take a look here. They can move 4, shoot 3. We can move 5, shoot 3. Move 4, shoot 3. Move 4, shoot 3. Okay, so theirs are exactly the same as far as their ranges. Alright, so here we go. This is one of the more solid Suikoden War battle systems, and 2 it was half-assed, and 3 it's just weird. Yeah, this seems great. I did not particularly care for the war battles in 1 and 2 for the same reasons that I talked about with some of the other stuff, where it's just like, there's so much stuff that's just not explained or telegraphed or quantified, and you just don't really ever get a full sense of what you're doing, and you're just kind of like making a lot of assumptions and, you know, throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks. Like, things miss, you don't know why they miss. Things do certain amount of damage one time and a different amount of damage another time, and you don't really know why. Like, you know, and I like all that kind of stuff just makes me just check out, you know. There's just not enough feedback. It was a very cool idea, great sense of like scale and like urgency and like the banter and everything, like great idea. Okay, let's see here. So we get to move first this time. They can move 4, so they would be able to shoot me if I went there. So let's go 1 less, so they can't shoot me, and then we'll stand by. So do I only get to move 1 ship per turn? That's kind of concerning. Oh, no. Just on the first turn for some reason. Okay. So, let's see. Oh, they have lightning on that ship. Okay, so we should go over here. And we'll shoot our water. Redeeming quality of Suikoden 1's war battles is that they're just really easy when you have all the characters available. Oh, a portraited character shooting against us. That's intriguing. We didn't get the option to defend there. Oh, they hit both of us? How did they do that? Their main role in the game is just to make you feel like you're fighting a war. Yeah, yeah, I guess I take it back. Like, oh, they're done already. Wow. Yeah, the ones in 1 are fine, actually, because it's more like the duel system where it's almost like rock paper scissors. Like, it would be nice to know more clearly like what specific characters can do and how like putting certain characters in certain groups might be advantageous, but in a general sense, like that one's pretty easy to guess out kind of how it works. And I enjoyed those just fine. The only thing that was frustrating about them is just like not really knowing like why things are missing or that they are missing. That was a little bit frustrating, but the broad strokes of it was pretty self-explanatory. In 2, there was a lot more guesswork and a lot more just unanswered questions. Well, they're probably going to shoot their wind because they know that we can counter the fire. Let's try shooting... I want to try shooting wind at wind and see if it cancels it out. But the problem is if they shoot fire, they're going to do more damage to us than if we shot water. And if this is like a game where the computer can like read my inputs, you know, let's see. I'm going to shoot water. So they have the ability to shoot in both directions. That's really interesting. They're doing absolute peanuts for damage, so I'm not super worried about it, but it is interesting. Oh, and Dario has a portrait as well. Victory is ours. Yeah, these are the big bad pirates that everybody in our town is scared of, and we're just routing them.
They were more fun to play with than I'd imagined.
Okay, we're gonna write down a few things here while we have a pause. So pirates attack Razaril, and we have to... This music. Scramble the jets to retaliate. So we have two new portraited characters here. We have Dario, and I believe the other one was Galileo, not Galileo. Oh, Naleo. Naleo. It's easier to say, so I'll go for that. Oh, this is his son. Well, I hope it's his son.
Daddy, by that, you mean that they were tough, right?
I guess it could be a daughter as well. It's kind of hard to tell.
Ah, damn it. You can't keep quiet, can you? You're just like your mother.
Okay, probably daughter. Well, maybe not. I don't know.
Besides, your objective this time wasn't to beat them. We've done what we're supposed to do. Okay, gents. Let's get out of here before we get hurt.
I like that we, like, completely destroyed and sunk their ship, and now they're like, all right, let's leave. It's like, wait a minute. How are you leaving?
All right. Now's our chance. After them.
But Captain, everyone else is standing by. We can't go solo.
Yeah, honestly, you probably could.
What? If we hesitate now, the name of the Knights of Gaian will be put to shame. Now just go!
Yes, sir.
All right, so now Snow is trying to have big boy britches, and redeem himself, and chase after them. Snow trying to save face, pursues pirates as they retreat.
Ah, here comes a feisty one.
How will we get through this one?
Time for the fun to start. We'll sink that ship with everything we've got. Now let's hit him where it hurts.
Aye, Captain. Here we go.
So what, they were just sandbagging? Like they were just goofing around before? I don't understand. Oh, look at these little battering rams they have. That's pretty cool. Androgynous characters seem to be a Junko Koano theme. You don't know if it's on purpose or not. Suikoden 1 was the same. Laszlo, hey, isn't that Snow's ship? I want to say that somebody on the Eiyuden team is like either non-binary or trans. So that doesn't seem like a coincidence or just like, you know, Japan being Japan, as some people might say. I think there is like some legitimate influence there. I don't know which person it is, though. And I also don't know if that's entirely correct, but I feel like I remember reading something about that when I was first backing Eiyuden, because I backed it on Kickstarter, and they, you know, they send out those newsletters with like information about the developers and stuff. And because I didn't know anything about Suikoden or the dev team at the time, I actually read them, and I feel like I read that at the time, but I'd have to double check it. I could be completely making that up. Perhaps we should go help him. Oh, this is more like the Suikoden choices of days past, where they're both the same outcome but different attitudes. So we can say, we've got to help Snow, hurry, you know, and have like a sense of urgency, like we care about him. Or we can say, I guess we have no choice, like, you know, oh, we got to bail him out again, you know, even though we don't really want to. I feel like it's more in character for our protagonist to say the first one. Like, we seem to be pretty altruistic, and if we are like a ward of his family and he's kind of like our only family that we have, even if surrogate, we would probably still care about him, even though he did some really messed up stuff to us recently. You know, I don't think that would throw away Laszlo's entire history with him. We don't know how long they have been in each other's lives. You know, if they've been together their entire lives and they like grew up together, you know, obviously this first option I think is very obvious. Even if we got saved by his family like a year ago, I still feel like the second option is a little too cold for the situation that we're in, despite how funny it is. Because us as the player, we don't care about Snow. But I'm trying to play as Laszlo, not as me. You got it. It is cool that we've like earned the trust of our classmates too.
All hands, prepare to fire. She'll be in range soon, so aim carefully. Rune ammo ain't cheap.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask y'all about the captions. Are y'all able to toggle the captions on and off? Or do you just have captions across your screen no matter what? Because if you can't turn them off, I definitely am going to turn them off. I want them to be available for people. Okay, you toggled them off. Okay, great. Yeah, I want them to be available for people. But obviously, if they're just like baked into the screen, That's not good. I forgot to do the channel point payout, so let me do that really quick. Congratulations to the Link Believers. Okay.
All hands, prepare to fire. She'll be in range soon, so aim carefully. Rune ammo ain't cheap.
Aye, Captain. Interesting little nugget that they have to pay a lot of money for the rune ammo. Captain Snow, this is a bad idea. How dare you talk back to me? Prepare to fire the cannons. You remember how to do that, right? Hey, look! Reinforcements! It's reinforcements! What? Oh, so is Snow gonna be indignant that we're coming to help him because he wants all the glory for himself? You like the idea, but the speech recognition is still not quite good enough. They lag after the speech, so they'd really only be useful for people who are hearing impaired or have sound off. Yeah, and that's really the only people that I want the captions to be there for. Like, I would never imagine that somebody who can or is able to hear what I'm saying would have them toggled on. I just figure if it's like an easy thing for me to just add, then it, you know, I can just put it there. I thought that Twitch was going to integrate their own closed captioning system like YouTube has, where you just auto captions for any stream, and you could just go in there to like the settings and just turn it on or off. And I was really excited about that. I was like, oh, that's great. That's something that everybody should have. But I guess that's not the case, or maybe they're going to do that at some point. But yeah, it's certainly not perfect, and it doesn't really make sense that you would use it while you're also listening.
Well, this changes the odds a bit. It's a different game with more opponents. I guess we'll wait for the rematch.
Aye, Captain. Oh, so they're gonna run away again? They thought it was gonna be 2-1, and now it's 2-2, and they're like, never mind. Seltzer time. The enemy is retreating.
It seems we made it in time.
So yeah, that probably would have gone down exactly the same way, regardless of how we said, you know, those, regardless of which attitude we had taken with the conversation option there. But, it's, you know, character building. We're building our character. Saved!
Laszlo.
If he starts to resent us, man, like I already have lost all respect for this character. But I would really hate him if he started being ungrateful to Laszlo.
So we're fleeing after all. I only fight battles I can win. That's the secret to surviving.
His shoes, though, what are those?
I'm Dario, disciple of the great pirate Kika. I won't forget this. I'll be back.
I'm going to add disciple of Kika to Dario's description. You know what I should probably do? I'll do this off stream during the week. I'm going to make a separate sheet where I write down my information about the recruitable characters instead of having it like in line with all of my notes in all these different places, so that I can easily reference all of my characters in one spot. And I'll keep track of them on a separate sheet from here on out. I'm not going to do that right now, though. It would take too much time. Well, thank you all for understanding that the captions were not intended for you, and just toggling them off and not like complaining or being like, what is this? Ah. Appreciate that.
I am not familiar with that name. Who do you suppose he could be? Laszlo, please go to Commander Glenn's room as soon as possible. Snow has also been summoned. Come, Laszlo, quickly.
Okay. What is it, Laszlo? You've been summoned, right? You should hurry up and get to the commander's room right away. I love it. This guy's always got his nose in our business. He's like, you're not doing any quests right now. I heard you got summoned. Yeah. I mean, again, I hear you. It's really easy to turn off, and I wouldn't have any problem with it in any other stream as well. But just thank you again for, you know, recognizing how it's not that big of a deal to just toggle it off. Like the fact that I had to ask y'all if you were even seeing them is a credit to your self-awareness, I guess, and grace. So you can pat yourself on the back, I guess. 4 gets a lot of flack. It'll be interesting to how I view it. Took you a while to really appreciate the game. Yeah, I am well aware of how much flack this game gets. I guess I had maybe made some incorrect assumptions about what was the main point of criticism. But so far, I think this game is great. I really like this game so far. It still feels like it's super early. But I'm like, you know, I'm not going to make any super sweeping claims this early on. But for now, I can safely say that I'm very intrigued. I really like this game, and I'm all in.
Laszlo, please come in.
No, we won't be playing Suikoden Tactics right after. Volume bump?
I was watching the battle earlier. Your decision was a wise one. Continue to stay alert.
Who are you talking to? Me or Snow? Oh, us, okay.
Now, Snow.
Jesus! Punched him in the face again!
Commander,
You disappoint me. Think about teamwork for once. Don't you realize only a fool chooses to fight alone?
Sorry for the barks.
That's all. You may both go.
They're very excited that the lady is home. That's all.
Yes, sir.
She went to the store. Well, I don't agree with his methodology of reprimanding. The first time it made sense. Like the first time it felt appropriate for him to punch Snow because he had made such a grave and cowardly mistake, and he had endangered the lives of his entire crew. Like that felt super appropriate. This time, I don't know. It felt a little over abusive. Well, I mean, yeah, wanting to punch someone is a lot different than punching them, though, right? Oh, and back to the tactics question. I'm not like vetoing tactics or anything like that. It's just I don't own Suikoden Tactics. It's not part of my Machete playing order. And as I stated earlier, this is entirely self-imposed, but I am gatekeeping all tactical RPGs that I want to play and beyond behind a first playthrough of Final Fantasy Tactics, because it's a game that I've wanted to do a full proper playthrough of for a very long time, and I've been itching to play a tactical RPG for quite some time now, and I specifically want to save that itch for that game specifically. And I don't want to give in to playing another tactical RPG because I have the itch. That's just a choice that I've made for myself, not for any other particular reason. Suikoden Tactics seems interesting, but I think like I would be okay with, you know, playing it later on after I've played the rest of the numbered games, and I'm you know, feeling that itch or wanting something like it. I think I would rather get through these 5 games and play Eiyuden. You know, and then maybe look at something like Suikoden Tactics or Suiko Gaiden, you know, if I'm just dying for more Suikoden type stuff. Probably not Tierkreis, or however you say it, because I've heard that one is pretty rough. Like the new Pokemon? What do you mean, Draconics? Yo, Halo Killer, what's up? You played Wargroove. Okay, really interesting that you brought up Wargroove, Halo Killer. Vaughn, my good friend and former co-host, the other Backlog boy, is a massive fan of Wargroove. He's also a massive fan of Fire Emblem. We played Fire Emblem Sacred Stones together. I actually tried to get Vaughn to play through Final Fantasy Tactics, and he actually got a pretty decent way into the game. He got farther in the game than I ever have, than I did, you know, as a teenager when I played it. He was streaming Final Fantasy Tactics when he stopped streaming. He was a pretty good ways into it, and he planned to resume it when he came back to streaming. But you know, he hasn't come back, and probably won't. He actually just got back to the U.S., and we're trying to set up a time to chat and catch up. He's been on the other side of the planet for several months, working. So I'm hoping to catch up with Vaughn soon. But Vaughn loves Wargroove. Wargroove is a very cool game. Cool enough to summon some lurkers, apparently. If you take Tierkreis as a separate from the rest of the series as it's meant to be, then the game's not terrible. You don't think it's too pressing to play Tactics soon after 4? There's only a single reference to it in 5, and not one that actually matters that much? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of there being a chronology, but if the games aren't directly connected, it doesn't seem like it's going to matter that much. I mean, it's weird for me to say as somebody who doesn't know what's in the games, but from what I understand, 4 and 5 are like way before Suikoden 1. Correct me if I'm wrong, but even if not, like, you know, we've already played 1 and 2, so we can't like unknow those things and whatever. Anyways, let's talk to these folks.
Laszlo, you look weary. You should get some rest while you can.
That's Snow. He needs more discipline. Okay. Okay, so quick notes. We pursue Snow, which scares off the pirates as they become outnumbered. Snow seems to resent us stealing his thunder. Back at Razoril, Glenn and Katarina praise us, but reprimand Snow. Okay. 4 and Tactics are the same story. Oh, still in a cutscene.
I stood my ground yet once again. They give you the credit.
Once again?
It's not fair. He still treats me like I was a trainee.
What do you mean once again, dude? This is the first time you stood your ground.
I'm sorry. Would you please forget everything I just said? I'm a little confused.
I mean, thanks for apologizing, but I can't really accept that. Confusion is not your problem, Snow. It's delusion. Might have to just buy 100 Heroes digitally and play it because the Xbox physical is near impossible to get. Yeah, it's a shame. This is such a nice little idea for an area. Wonder if anything's ever going to happen up here. Okay, we go down. You were a backer, so you got to play it early, worth the buy. Yeah, I was a backer too, but I'm committed to playing these games first. I have my Eiyuden Chronicle physical right behind me here, ready to go. But I'm committed to playing all 5 Suikodens before playing Eiyuden. Because I think I will enjoy it more if I have... You know, I want to go in with not just, like, the references, but also, like, the literacy. Suikoden 4 is 150 years before 1. Suikoden 5 is 12 to 15 years before. Oh, okay. 5 is much more connected to 1 and 2 than 4 is, but still not that connected. That sounds cool, actually. Because, yeah, wasn't this one not done by, like, the main person, and then the main person came back for 5? Is it Murayama? Is that right? Never played Tierkreis, but at the time you think you resented it not being a real Suikoden, but after playing Eiyuden, you can't think of a compelling reason to play Eiyuden. You can't think of a compelling reason to play Eiyuden, but not Tierkreis. So you've been thinking of playing it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Haven't beaten it yourself, but you found it hard to really command your attention, but it's not a terrible game. You're a backer, but haven't played Eiyuden yet? Kind of waiting for more patches? Interesting, Brock. Was there like a specific... I guess I'm worried about spoilers, so maybe don't tell me exactly what, but was there like a specific like bug or feature that came to light after release that like really raised a red flag with you? Just yes or no? If you want a physical, you have to wait till you get a PS5 because you're not playing on the Switch. Yeah, I decided to get my physical for the PS5. I have this like thing in my brain where if it's a part of a larger franchise, I want to keep it in the same like console family. So like I'm playing all of these Suikoden games on my PlayStation, so I want to play Eiyuden on my PlayStation. That kind of stuff. If given the choice. I was worried it was going to be Switch and then only Xbox PS5. So I was really happy that they did a PS4 because I don't have a PS5. And I don't know if I'll ever get a PS5. Because they still haven't really put anything on the PS5 that I'm like super, I need this. Five is fantastic. Yeah, everybody says 5 is great. 5 is all new people. Murayama never came back. Got it. Okay. Skeptical that I'll enjoy Eiyuden more after playing all the Suikodens for that reason? Interesting. I have a feeling that I will. Not that I don't believe you as somebody who has played all the games talking to somebody who hasn't, but I'm the type of person where like even the smallest little like mechanical nods or references or whatever, like even if I don't notice them, if there's a chance that I could notice them, I want to be able to notice them, and it will make me feel like a more authentic player. And then also I have to imagine that even if the people making Eiyuden aren't the same people that made 5 or 4 or whatever, like they're still inspired by those games. And they'll put little things in there, and you know, maybe I'll be like, oh, this character is kind of like that one character, whether it's intentional or not. You know, I just want to have the opportunity to like make those connections, and at least for me, make the game feel more like Suikoden 6. It's kind of my philosophy. You remember there being a big patch in July, but you don't remember the specifics. Okay. I mean, Also, D. Holmes, like, even if I don't enjoy Eiyuden more after playing all the Suikodens than I would if I had just played it, I think there's definitely a 0% chance that I would enjoy it less having played all the Suikodens. And I'm not in any rush, so. Some gameplay stuff that needs to be patched. Some things don't work in the game as intended. Really? That's surprising. Chronicles didn't get an Xbox physical, so you wanted 100 Heroes on PS as well. Wait, I'm confused, Halo Killer. Chronicles versus 100 Heroes? What are you talking about? Those are the same. That's the same thing. You talking about Rising? You enjoyed it? Oh, hey, Onimar, what's up? You enjoyed Eiyuden. You think people had the wrong mindset and wanted it to be Suikoden 6? Yeah, I mean, I think as somebody who doesn't have a nostalgic connection to the series, I don't need to worry about that. I don't have this, like, pearl clutching, like, love for Suikoden 1 and 2, and where I could, like, go into Eiyuden and be like, oh, they ruined my childhood, they ruined my baby, or whatever. You know, it's not marketing itself as Suikoden 6, but I want to be able to connect it to the other games as however much as it may be. Whereas, okay, maybe this is a good example. Think about people who, like myself, play Final Fantasy IX as their first Final Fantasy, and they haven't played any of the previous Final Fantasies yet. Final Fantasy IX is a love letter to the entire series, and it has all these little references and nods to things from 1 through 8 all throughout the game. Mostly, 1 through 6, because it's a Sakaguchi game, and not a Kitase Nomura game. But, you don't have to play 1 through 6 before you play Final Fantasy IX in order to enjoy that game and get a great experience out of it. I am a testament to that. It was my first Final Fantasy. But having all that knowledge and literacy and seeing all the little callbacks and the references and how they got there and everything like that does add something to the experience that you would not be able to get if you didn't have all that stuff in your brain already. So I'm kind of trying to do a similar thing here. Like, I can experience Final Fantasy IX in that way now, but I didn't get to experience it my first time. And I like the idea of potentially experiencing Eiyuden the first time I play it with some of that stuff in mind. And it might not enhance my experience, but I think there's a very, very, very approaching 0% chance that it would somehow detract from my experience. So, I'm definitely sticking with my plan. I'm not going to leapfrog one of these games and play Eiyuden. Also, Eiyuden is a newer game, and it's going to have, like, quality of life features and things that make it a little more smooth and modern, and I don't want to play a modern game and then go back to an older game that's similar and have a bunch of that quality of life stuff taken away and be like, oh man, why does this game not have fast travel? Or, oh man, I wish I could speed up battles, whatever it may be. I'm the type of person that would potentially have those kinds of feelings going back in time technology-wise. So, I'm definitely better off moving forward in time too. Even though we're going to jump back and do Suikoden 3, but same console generation. I'm not super worried about it. You enjoyed 100 Heroes, but you enjoyed it about as much as Suikoden 4, which is your 5th favorite Suikoden game. Alright, D. Holmes. Fair enough. That doesn't deter me. That doesn't scare me. They didn't do PS4 commercial release either, so unless you get the Japanese import, you can't get it physically on the 4. Oh, it's exclusive to the Kickstarter. Interesting. Cheapest North American PS4 copy you can find is $2,200? No shot. There is no way it's going for that much, Halo Killer. That's crazy. That game is sitting behind me right now. There's no way. Not that I would sell it, but, like, there's no way. That's wild. I guess I could see some idiot asking for that on eBay and never selling it, but Yes, Chronicles Rising and Chronicles 100 Heroes. I was just confused because, yeah, Halo Killer said Chronicles and compared it to 100. And I was like, wait a second. So you guys are really pushing for playing Rising. Interesting. I wasn't planning on playing Rising. I have access to it, so I can. It's pretty short, right? It's like a little... should it be thought of as like a prologue? Isn't it like a different style of game, though? I don't want to know too much about it. But, you know. Quality of life stuff going backwards. Yeah, it can be a dangerous dance. Sometimes it's not a big deal, but it's a platformer style. Pretty different and shorter. But it's enough to get attached to the characters. Okay, so it's a little side-scrolling action adventure. Interesting. But it's really important to like the narrative of 100 Heroes. Oh, okay. D-Home says it's not important. Luca Blight says yes. Somebody else said yes. I guess maybe I'm putting words in Halo Killer's mouth. Halo Killer didn't really say it was important. But I mean, if it's super short, I might try it. I need to double check that I have access to it. If I have to buy it, I don't know. Maybe I'll just... Oh, Onimar says it's important. Okay. Yeah. If it's like not available to me physically and not for free, I may just like watch somebody play it. If it's like super decision heavy and like something like carries over from my save file into 100 Heroes, then, you know, maybe I do have to play it. But does some world building, introduces 3 characters in depth, bunch of minor characters superficially. Okay, yeah, that sounds cool. 31 hours on Rising, 91 on 100 Heroes. Played them both very thoroughly. Neither is that long. Cool. On sale for $5 currently digitally. I hate digital games so much. I don't want any digital games. I have a lot of them, but pretty much only for games that are only available that way, which it sounds like is the case with Rising. But I'll have to double check. I might have access to at least a free copy from Kickstarter. I can't remember if that was part of my tier, because I think when I backed the campaign, Rising wasn't even like a part of the picture. I think that was like a stretch goal that was added later on. So I might not get that at all. Some stuff carries over. Gotcha. There's no physical PS4 copy. That's what you have. Oh, you mean a PS4 is what you have. Gotcha. You donated $108 just for the meme? That's awesome. Was that a specific tier, Luca, or just a super fan's nod? I don't remember exactly how much I paid. I think the tier for me to get like a physical copy was like 80 or something like that. It was like $7 extra for Rising that was added after the Kickstarter ended. Okay, yeah, I definitely didn't do that, so I probably don't have a copy of it. But if it's like a $7 game, you know, obviously I didn't miss out on anything there. We'll see. That's a long ways from now. I don't have PS Plus, but I appreciate you making me aware of that, Brock. I heard you're still being made to fetch the commander's meals. Poor guy. Man, everybody is like really wanting more for us. It's kind of nice. Physical copies of Rising, but they're 35-ish on eBay. Oh, there's a standalone physical copy of it? That's wild. We just saved. You were lucky. You managed to come back alive. It's important to be constantly alert. That's the duty of a knight. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing right now, so I'm just going to talk to everybody. See if the armor shop got updated. Nope, same stuff. It's for PS4 and PS5, shockingly. Okay. That could be worth looking into. I might have to look at that soon, because I could see that being something that goes up really, really fast. I would be more incentivized to play it if I had it on a disc. Okay, these ladies are saying the same thing as they said before. They care about Glenn, and they care about us. Nope. Okay. Oh, you got a used one. Nice, Halo Killer. Yeah, if there's no downloads associated with the game, then that's perfect. Okay, they're saying the same thing. Oh, I forgot to talk to Chiapu. I always forget he's in there. I was just getting angry the other day about a certain version of a game not being available physically. One of the games on our Sunday poll right now. We have 2 polls going in the Discord, by the way. I know I keep talking about these polls. If you haven't voted for my new Tuesday game, that is ending at the end of the stream tonight. Please go in the Discord and vote for the new Tuesday game. It's a very spicy poll. It's a dead heat between 2 games. Please go vote if you haven't already. But directly above that, we are also running a poll that's going to be running for much longer, so I'll continue to plug it in the future, for the next Sunday game. Because if you haven't heard, the Sunday streams from now on are going to be always point-and-click games. That's what the lady and I want to do. So you're voting for the next point-and-click game that we play. And one of the games I was trying to get physically is on that poll, which is the Telltale Batman series. I guess it could be something that would come out at some point because it's fairly recent, but I don't have high hopes. So they released... Okay, so if you're not familiar with it, there's the Telltale Batman series, which is like a 5-chapter, graphical adventure, interactive narrative type of deal, like most Telltale games, with like point-and-click sections, point-and-click style sections, I should say. It could be a little bit different than that. I haven't actually played it. I don't want to know too much. But from what I understand, it's just an interactive narrative with QTEs and stuff. Anyways, they released the 5 chapters, and then after the 5 chapters were released, they released a physical edition of the whole thing that you could buy physically, which is great. And then they made like a second set of 5 chapters, which I guess you could think of as a second game, that is called something completely different. It's not called Batman, the Telltale Series 2, or chapters 6 through 10 or whatever. It's called like Batman Shadows something, or something Shadows. And it sounds like it's completely different and unrelated, but it's chapters 6 through 10 of like the same story. And after they finished running those, they like made some DLC and extra little vignettes or whatever, something like that. And then on PC, they released like a whole shebang version where it's like, all 10 chapters, all the DLC or whatever, and it's like a special edition of the game. But they haven't made a physical version of that, and I want them to make a physical version of that. Enemy Within, yes. And then the whole thing is called like Shadow something or something Shadows. I can't remember what it's called. But like the name of the full package has its own title as well. It's very confusing. Okay, Conrad's saying the same stuff. Yeah, it's really a shame what happened to Telltale, and what is happening to a lot of studios right now, where like a big giant conglomerate company, like EA or whatever, like some big AAA company will fund like a slightly smaller developer's project, like Telltale, that's by no means like an indie, but you know, they're much smaller. And then they'll like give them a project and then like underfund them, understaff them, put them in this like crazy crunch situation, and then the game will suffer upon release because of the working conditions they were put in, and then the larger conglomerate company will punish those same people and be like, oh, you didn't deliver, and pull the plug and like lay them off and like close the studio. It's so messed up. It's like, oh, it's disgusting. And that has happened like 5 times in the last year. I missed the ads. I'm so sorry. No prediction. Here's another Smash fight for you. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Thanks for being here. You're great. All right, surprising no one. Link wins again. Absolutely crushing it. That brings it up to 12-3. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays into the bracketing later on down the line. You know, Link got to fight more times than these other fighters because of scheduling. And if there are like bonus streams, let me switch back over here. If there are bonus streams, certain fighters will get to fight more, and they have a chance to get their score up higher than characters who fight during a week that doesn't have like extra streams or whatever. So that's an interesting Mario Party, Mario Kart, Smash Bros, you might say, esque randomized balancing element, but stops it from being entirely skill-based. Not that we could really call it skill-based with the CPUs, I don't think. Alright, we were talking about Batman. If you recall correctly, Batman Telltale series was the one that did them in. Interesting. Interesting, Sen. Also, I don't know if I said hi to you tonight, but I see you. How you doing, Sen? Yeah, it's such a shame because I know for a fact that Batman is one of the ones that was that type of scenario I described, where they were super pressed for time and resources, and the expectations were placed on them that were basically, all right, if you don't meet these expectations, we're gonna pull the plug on you. And the expectations that were set were basically impossible. You know, it's like if you've ever worked a corporate job, it's literally the same every time. It's like, all right, guys, our goal this week is 150, you know, and everyone's like, 150? That's, you know, crazy. We're lucky to get 40 in a good week. And they're like, oh, you can, you know, not with that attitude, you can do it. And then on the off chance that you do have the most amazing week of your life or whatever, and you get 150, next week, the goal is 200. You know, that's corporate America in a nutshell. And that's the kind of stuff that they're doing to these developers. They're like putting them in these impossible scenarios with deadlines and terrible working conditions. And then when like the game comes out and it's like unfinished or there's problems, the people who created those horrible working conditions blame the result on the people who actually made the game. And they're like, oh, guess you guys don't have what it takes, you know, and then they just make all the money and like put all these people out of work. It's been happening like crazy in the games industry the last probably 10 years, but especially in the last like 2 or 3, like throughout the pandemic, and then it's actually like ramped up since the pandemic has been less of a thing, which is wild. It's really disgusting what's going on. Yep. Yeah, Visions of Mana is another one. Yep. Like a brand new game comes out, and it's apparently like a brilliant game, and they just shut down the studio. It's nuts. Totally nuts. I don't know a whole lot about the specifics on that one, but I know it's extremely controversial and a lot of people are upset about it. What's the matter? Would you like to board the ship? No. Is this what I'm supposed to be doing? I see. That's fine with me. I hear there were pirates roaming the area recently, too. I forgot what I'm supposed to be doing. We just walked away from the academy. We met with Katarina and Glenn, and they like told us that we did a good job, and they got mad at Snow, but they didn't tell us to do anything. I don't believe we've been given any kind of objective. Experiencing similar things in the delivery business. You work for FedEx, the layoffs are crazy as well as the expectations. Yeah, I mean, the labor crisis it literally touches everything. There's not an industry that it hasn't touched. Not to diminish what you're saying, Luca, but I was just going on a rant in I was gonna say in my Discord, but it was actually in someone else's Discord. I probably should have put it in my Discord. I was just going on a rant last week about pizza. Apparently, I am late to the game on this because I don't order pizza that often. But what's happening to a lot of pizza chains now is apparently these pizza chains are so understaffed and not properly paying their employees and can't like hold employees that they are having DoorDash and similar services deliver their pizzas in their stead. And I did not know this was a thing. So what I come to find is I actually ordered a pizza directly from a, pizza delivery place that I order from a lot, and am a fan of. I will not say their name. And after placing the order, after going through the entire order process of selecting what I wanted and picking the deal or whatever, and getting like a delivery estimate, time, and everything like that, confirming like what location it's going to come from and all that sort of stuff like you would normally do. After all of that goes through, my payment goes through, I get the confirmation email receipt and everything like that. Like 3 minutes later, I get a text on my phone, and it's a DoorDash text. And I don't use DoorDash because I hate DoorDash. It sucks. And the text says that like so-and-so from DoorDash is delivering my order. And I'm like, I didn't order DoorDash. What is this? And as I look closer, I realize that it is the pizza. So the pizza company, instead of having their own dedicated employees deliver the pizza, they're having DoorDash deliver it. And so naturally, in DoorDash fashion, it shows up. Oh, okay, we're supposed to sleep right now. I see, that's what's going on. In DoorDash fashion, the pizza shows up like 45 minutes later than it's supposed to. It's cold. Whoa. Okay, we're gonna pause here for a second while I finish this rant. This seems important. It seems big. And the pizza's like it's basically junk by the time it got to me. Just like I knew it would. And I was so mad. I was so disappointed. And it's so scummy. Like I went back and I looked, there's absolutely nothing on the pizza place's website throughout the entire process that even has that like in fine print. That like, where you're like checking a box for a disclaimer. There's absolutely no like disclosing of that information, not making customers aware of that at all. They're just doing it without your consent and without your knowledge until they already have your money. And it's like disgusting. Like that should be a crime to do that. That should be considered fraud. Like you are going directly to a place of business and you are engaging with them directly, not through a third party, and asking them to do business with you, and then a middleman appears out of nowhere to do the same business with you. And it's already weird enough to tip for a pizza or whatever it may be before you actually get it, because you're not like, you're just tipping as an olive branch to the person who's probably getting underpaid. You're not actually giving them a tip based on like how quickly the pizza got there or how good the pizza was. You're just tipping out of the goodness of your heart, which I guess is what you're supposed to do anyways. But it's already weird enough to tip before you've gotten the thing that you're tipping for. Because it seems like that's what tipping is supposed to be, even though tipping's stupid. Anyways, different conversation. But then it's like, in this scenario, who does my tip go to? Does somebody at the pizza place get the tip that I ordered? Does it somehow get to the DoorDash driver? Because they didn't deserve it. Or does it get like split in some weird way? Like, who's getting the delivery fee? Like, it's so crooked and messed up. It made me so mad, and it makes me never want to order pizza ever again, because I have no way to protect myself, because I have no way to know if that's going to happen or not. The new trend you really hate is early access if you buy the $90 to $120 editions of games. Yeah, I don't like that either. In a perfect world, people who abuse their workers and then fire them just to make more money would be long prison sentence. Yeah, exactly, Mad Locust, exactly. It's because of the pizza costs behind the scenes. Most pizza places barely make a profit unless they understaff. But see, that does not justify the action taken. Like, yes, it's not the pizza place's fault entirely, but it still doesn't make doing that okay. And I know that's not what you're saying. I'm not denying that, like the thing that sparked this conversation, we're talking about labor crisis. Like, obviously, the labor crisis is the reason why that's happening, but it's still just like such a new level of low. It's so bad. Yeah, DoorDash really sucks. It really, really sucks. I would use DoorDash for non-food things. To me, it makes a lot more sense for that. Like if it's like, hey, I can't go out and I really need, Scotch tape. Like that's a weird example because it's not something you use every day. But like, what if you're sick, stuck at home by yourself or something, your roommate or your spouse is at work or you live alone and you wake up and you're having a bad day already, you're sick, and you find out you're out of toothpaste. DoorDash some toothpaste or DoorDash some medicine because you can't go out to the store and get it. Like that makes great sense. Because if they say they're going to take 25 minutes and they take an hour, you still get the medicine, and then you don't give them 5 stars and you don't give them an amazing tip. Like that transaction works. But when they're bringing you a fast food item that's dead on arrival, 5 minutes after it's made, and they're bringing it to you, 35 minutes to an hour after it's made, and it's like, and I have to sometimes you have to, in some scenarios, you have to tip before you receive it. And or actually, I think in most scenarios, and then you have these drivers jockeying where it's like, oh, well, I'm not going to take that order because it's a crappy tip. And it's like, I'm tipping you before you've even done anything. It's so weird. Ugh. Yeah, it's the customer's responsibility to cover what the business owner won't pay their staff. Exactly. That's the problem, Luca. Yes, it's not the pizza place's fault that they have to do whatever they can to make a profit, but you can't pass the buck to the customer, because the reason that they're trying to stay open is because they have to retain customers. The customers are where the money comes from. So yeah. Yeah, you go and pick it up, but if I wanted to go and pick up a pizza, that's a totally different thing. I would just go and pick up a pizza. There's a certain use case for having pizza delivered. It's not just for the fun of it, it's like, oh, I'm busy at home, I'm rocking and rolling on a project and I don't want to get out of the zone, or I got a lot of chores to do today and I don't have the time to stop and cook or go out and pick something up. So it's super convenient to pay the premium to have it delivered. You're paying a premium for that service because it's less expensive to go and pick it up, right? You don't have to pay the tip to the delivery driver. You don't have to pay the delivery fee and whatever upcharge else there might be. You're actively engaging in a premium to receive a premium. It's a give and take. So to pay that premium, but then receive a worse result than if you were to go and pick it up yourself is extremely disappointing. Yeah, exactly, D. Holmes. That's literally all they need to do. I'm really surprised that nobody has tried to sue them yet. I mean, maybe they have, but out of all the things that like in the retail customer service industry type situations that we as a species raise hell about, that are completely meaningless, but with a loud enough voice you can move the needle, it's really surprising that this one hasn't become like a national issue that people have just gone completely bonkers against. Like, that's what really surprises me. It surprises me that I'd never heard of it before. I was like, did this just start? Am I like the second person that this has ever happened to? Surely not. As soon as I ranted about it in somebody's Discord, everybody's like, oh yeah, I never order pizza anymore. And it's like, wait, how have we not done anything about this yet? This is a massive issue. This is a huge crisis. Oh my god. But yeah, all they need is like a little checkbox on the order page that says like, during peak hours, your order may be delivered by a third-party service that helps such and such place, meet the needs of its customers. They can put it in this like super positively spun corporate speak kind of way that makes it sound like a good thing, and most people won't even look at it or read it, and you just check the box, and that makes your pay button light up, and then their butt is covered, And I was so shocked that wasn't there. I was like, oh, I must have like checked that box and not noticed it. But it's literally not there. It's not even in the fine print. It's literally nowhere on the website that says that they have given themselves permission to do that. And that is truly shocking to me. Because usually, they have their ducks in a row in that way. To where if you like get mad at them, they can be like, oh, well, actually, when you ordered, you agreed that this was a thing. And then they got you, And then it's like, okay, I'll never do it again, but I can't be mad at you anymore because you got me. But they didn't. They didn't do that. You work out 2 hours a day. Once you get home, you stay home. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't want to go back out after you've already been out. Like, delivery is such a special thing. It's a privilege. It's not something that everybody can engage in. You have to pay a premium for it, but you should receive that premium back in the form of the service that you're paying the premium for. That's how that works. Equal exchange. Anyways, that's enough of that. We've got a pretty spooky song happening here, and possibly a dream sequence or some kind of special scene. I've got to go turn the AC up because I am hot, but I'll be back in like 10 seconds. I must just be working myself up into a tizzy over here. The thermostat's set on 70 and I'm sweating. It's usually set on 71. And I'm usually like on the verge of like a little too cold, which is typically like where I want to be when I'm under all these lights and stuff. But I just turned down to 68. Like when Disney tricks you into never suing them when you sign up for Disney Plus. Yeah, you'd think there'd be something in the fine print somewhere. But I looked and it is not there. Okay, don't know who's talking here. Farewell, my darling, and my children. That's it? That's all we get? Okay. So Katarina instructs us to sleep. We do. Spooky music. And a text box. I'm just going to transcribe that pretty much verbatim. Farewell, my darling, and my children. Something like that. That's definitely going to be important later. And if it's not, we're going to be disappointed. Laszlo, are you there? Commander Glenn's meal is almost ready, so please come to the kitchen. Okay. I do what everyone says. Let's go talk to Fungi. Okay, can you deliver that for me? The commander always eats everything, so I included a little extra this time. What's the matter? Come on, quickly, quickly! It's going to get cold. Alright. If we go up there and Glenn is, like, dead or something, I'm gonna be so mad. I don't think that's gonna be the case. He's at least gonna be alive for a while because of this rune. That's gonna be a big part of the story, most likely. Laszlo, could you wait for a moment? It's alright. Come in. Laszlo can hear about this too. Yes, I want lore. I want to know things. What are they talking about? Why does Laszlo get to... Yeah, we're doing a little door dashing ourselves, aren't we, Onimar? But see, we're getting our butts up there while the food is still hot. We have a sense of commitment. That's a different conversation, though. There's a reason why DoorDash drivers don't care, and it's not because they're bad people.
As for those pirates the other day, it appears they were hired by someone. They weren't acting alone. Moreover, they weren't the usual bunch who pillaged the neighboring seas. So, Commander, how are you feeling?
Don't worry. It seems I'm needed in battle after all. I'll recover quickly to that end. There's no question that someone is trying to provoke our knights.
Since this morning's report shows no pirate movements, may I suggest you use this time to rest, Commander? It'll do you good.
See what I have to put up with? A vice commander who confines me to bed. Who's in charge around here anyway?
Please, Commander, you realize that I'm only concerned for your health.
Huh?
Uh-oh. That's not good.
What's going on?
Oh boy. That's a lot of boats. We might not be able to take out that many boats.
What? An attack? How could this be? The report didn't say anything about this.
Oh. It's the peacock thing. Peacock vulture. They killed all the regular birds. What a dick.
So, they came after the nacelle birds.
Oh.
But this may actually be our chance to finally discover our enemy's true identity.
Now we know how to say that. It's nacelle.
It was because of what I said that time.
Oh.
Commander, what am I to do?
Hurry. Prepare our forces. They must not be allowed to land. Go.
Yes, sir. Come on. Prepare to attack.
Okay. Okay. Let's recap here. So, the pirates that attacked Razoril were hired by someone. That's intriguing. While getting briefed, massive fleet attacks Razoril. It appears they are after the Nazril birds. We see the peacock vulture thing that was with Ramada.
killing them. Katarina feels responsible. We prepare to attack. The amount of notes that I have written today is wild. Absolutely wild. Definitely the most notes that I have written in a single stream by a lot.
Vice Commander.
Yes, sir?
I have a favor to ask. Do not allow anyone to enter the hall for the time being. Do you understand?
What? But why?
It's an order.
I understand, sir. I will not allow anyone to enter the hall.
Good. Now go.
But, Commander, I only...
You have your orders. Now go.
I can't tell if there's, like, romantic feelings between them. She seems to care about him a lot. But we don't know if it's like...
It looks like there's big trouble outside. I came to inform the commander about it.
Yeah,
Snow,
good job.
Perfect timing. I want you two to proceed downstairs and gather everyone together.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it starts as a favor and ends as an order. Oh yeah, and just to close the book on that conversation, and to your point, Luca, I don't want...
Knights of Gaian, brace yourselves for battle. We mustn't allow these dastardly pirates to come ashore. Use whatever means available.
Yes, ma'am!
One last thing. I have an order from the commander. Until further notice, you are not to come near the hall for any reason. That is his strict order. Now, hurry!
Right. Let's go.
It was actually a pretty decent cascade of voices. That's usually very poorly done, like even to this day. Okay. Before I forget, just to close out the the DoorDash conversation, I do not disparage anybody that uses DoorDash as a source of income. That is completely valid. Completely valid. It's just not a service that I like to use because I think it's counterintuitive for food. Like, even if somebody was extremely committed and responsible to their job, it still doesn't really make sense. And it only works in such a way where it's like, oh, you're, having something that's delivered that's otherwise not possible to be delivered, and you're, grappling with the consequences of that. You're paying the premium, and it's, maybe less than fresh when it arrives. Whatever. But I'm not disparaging it as a source of income or supplemental income. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Okay.
Laszlo, I will go too. It looks like it will be a long battle. Are you ready? Let us go. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go, Laszlo.
All right, Katarina and Paula are here. Oh wait, Katarina's in our party? Whoa, okay. I bet she's pretty strong. Yeah, it's great if you're sick. Absolutely. Because if you're sick, you're gonna care a lot less if the food is maybe not at its perfect temperature or freshness or whatever. Okay, that's explicitly where we're not supposed to go, so we're probably not gonna go in there. Maybe we could, I don't know, maybe we could split our save here and try going in there. Well, I guess we don't need to split here. We'll just drop a save real quick. What if we just took a nap? I'm tired, y'all. I'm going to bed. Alright. I'm gonna go towards the hall and see if it lets me disobey orders, or if it's just can't go in there. But
But yeah, I would totally utilize a service like DoorDash in certain situations. Oh, it does allow me to go in here. I would totally use it in certain situations for non-food. Like if I was sick and I needed to get medicine, or, you know, like if I'm traveling and I don't have like a rental car to drive around, you know, and it's like, oh, we're in a hotel or, you know, at someone else's house or whatever, and they're like gone for the day or something, and we need this toiletry item, or maybe even food, you know, in that situation. But it's not like it's something that I would do out of like abnormality or necessity rather than as a treat. Which is what I think of delivery as. I think of delivery food as a treat. And I do not think of getting something from DoorDash as a treat. Alright, I'm going to bring the game volume back down now. Okay. These guys are super weak. I want to see what Katarina has, though. Lightning and water. 100 HP AoE, 300 HP single target. Wow, so Lightning Rune is pretty good. And then I want to remind myself what they have. It's annoying that it doesn't show their names. Paula has wind, and Jewel has water. Okay. I like this alternate battle theme, too. Wait, why are they so weak? How is Katarina going to be at level 1? You've never used DoorDash for delivery. Really never do delivery at all. But you're possibly having a surgery that will prevent you from driving for 2 months. Wow. You expect you'll have all your food delivered. That'll be an adventure. Yeah, that does sound like an adventure. Well, if the surgery doesn't prevent you from, like, preparing meals at home, and you have the time and ability, you could also look into some meal services. Whether they deliver completed meals or ingredients. That could also be an option for you. Keep your costs down a little bit while trading the cost for input. I've had good success with a lot of those. Certainly not something that's viable like long term, but like for short stints, for something like that. It's like, oh, I'm gonna be really busy this week, so I'm gonna do mail meals, so I don't have to think about food or cook food or whatever. Or, oh, I'm gonna be traveling next week, and I don't want to cook a bunch of, you know, stuff and have it in my fridge, so I'm just gonna order just enough food for this week or whatever, you know. Or, you know, I'm gonna be laid up. Ooh, an ice spell. Nice. Need to heal Paula again. Because she only has one. Yeah, Jewel only has one heal spell and it's gone. They're so weak. My god. We're just barely keeping her alive. Hopefully have a chance to recover after this. How many of these kind? It seems like we might have to do like 5, 10 of these kind of battles. Maybe they'll get massive experience and be way stronger in the next one. Okay, at least he attacked a different character. Sheesh. We'll have her use a potion, I guess, because we got a bunch of those. Well, if that ends up happening, D. Holmes, I hope it goes great. And I'm sure there's anxiousness and things like that associated with it. I hope that's manageable as well. Surgery, any kind of surgery, no matter how minor, is scary. Okay, we're fighting again. I was right. Doing a gauntlet here. We did get some levels. All their stats like skyrocketed. That's awesome. Pirate A, Pirate, and Pirate B. That's so funny. I'm gonna screenshot that. I'm gonna look at this screenshot later and be like, why did I screenshot this? But that's so funny. Pirate A, Pirate, and Pirate B. That's so good. Let's see. Oh, that's right. It's all coming back to me. Okay, I remember how the magic charges work now. It goes across runes. I'm gonna watch out for that on people that have more than one. Let's do this AoE. See what that's like. Try the ice spell. They all seem to be thunder elemental, which is weak against earth, which we don't have. That was good. That was really good. Nice crit for 8 damage. Way to go, Paula. So I guess Katarina is a mage. I'm just now realizing she has like a rod as her weapon and not a sword. Not what I would have expected for these for the vice commander of a Academy of Marines that all use swords and wear armor.
When is this gonna end?
Oh, I think this is the first time we've heard Jules' voice. Oh, okay, we're not done. We're going again. Let's see. Wait. Oh, that's right, but we want to save the cure spell. Okay. Just keep whacking them. Man, Katarina's regular attack is pretty much not worth doing. 1 and 2 damage. Oh, a 3! Look out! I mean, God, I guess Paula and Jewel are kind of the same. They're doing 5. We are hard carrying. A poor showing from the Vice Commander. Usually, you know, guest characters are like OP. But I guess that's not how Suikoden works. Like, everybody is like a character. And that's it. Alright, we'll use our last heal here. It'll be all potions from here on out. Sorry, medicines. Hopefully that's not making somebody, some superfan mad every time I say potion. I think if that upsets you, something else probably would have driven you away long ago. Let's see, we need a potion here. There we go again, potion. I can't help it. It doesn't help that I'm playing Final Fantasy II right now. Like a, you know, a potion RPG. There we go. No level up that time. Alright, Glenn, what are you up to? Seems like he's either worried that the rune is going to do something and it's going to hurt everybody. Because he knows what it's capable of, or he saw. Or he thinks that that's what they're after. That wouldn't make sense, though.
There's still many more enemies out at sea.
It wouldn't make sense that they are after that rune. Because they could have just got it from Brendo.
No whining, come on!
They're going to fire at us!
Oh boy. Oh, he's gonna try to use it. That's no bueno. Oh, there's that scream they were talking about. Dang.
Retreat! Retreat at once!
Wow, I can't believe I gave him the right voice. That's awesome. I was like, this is goofy. I should have given him a pirate voice. But that's what he sounds like. Oh, man. And now Glenn is gonna, like, die.
What was that just now?
I don't want Glenn to die. Glenn has all the
Everyone
answers.
Listen to me. Do not enter the hall. Our priority must be assisting the injured. Now go.
Meanwhile, Katarina's going to the hall. It's raining. Well, it seems like we're supposed to probably follow Katarina. But let's talk to some of these other characters around here. That noise just now, what was it? That was rather exhausting. Dead! No way, man. I can't. I can't believe it just says it like that. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, that's another one for the screenshot folder. Dead. Man, what is going on with the picture? Is the picture, like, super dark for y'all? It looks so much darker than the CRT, which is common, but, like, it looks really dark. Which is really weird for a PS2. Especially for a game like this. It's just this scene. It's felt like that for, like, a couple hours, though. Like, I've looked up at it a couple times and been like, what? Like, do a double take. Like, why does it look like that? Laszlo, please help tend to the wounded, too. Oh, Katarina's right here. I was just wondering, where's Snow? Please do not enter the hall, okay? Got it. Enter the hall. Understood, Vice Commander. I have a feeling Snow probably rushed up there. And we're gonna find him up there. We guarded this place. Can I go through here? No. Okay. That's good. I would have felt compelled to, like, explore the whole town and talk to every NPC if they let me go over there. So I'm glad they didn't, since that's not what I'm supposed to do. Please don't enter the hall, okay? Even though it's the only location that you can go to right now, okay? Please don't go in there. Just stay out here and you know, and be soft-locked. Can't go in there. Let's see if I can go in here. Very nice touch to have the rain not happening underneath the covered area. Like, obviously that just makes sense from, like, a physics standpoint. But achieving it from just a basic visuals standpoint has an impact. Like, going under here and not seeing the droplets in front of the camera anymore, and then being able to, like, see them through here. Yo, what's up, Berkey? This is a PlayStation 2 game. PlayStation 2. It does kind of have like an early PC look to it. I'm still feeling like I should boost the gamma a little bit. It just seems like y'all can't see anything. Like, there's nothing darker about this screen than it was before. It just looks unnecessarily dark on my preview. The horror game darkness vibe. This is not a game that's supposed to have that vibe. I guess I'm gonna go up to the roof. Oh no, wait. Shoot. I should have gone in his room first. Oh well. You think it's fine for you? Okay. Thank you for letting me know, D. Holmes. Well, at least he's still alive for now.
I said not to come.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. He's gonna die, and it's gonna transfer to us. And he knew that was what was gonna happen.
Commander! Commander! Are you alright? Sir, what in the world is happening?
You idiot. You will suffer the same fate.
I love that he just calls him an idiot. So are we both gonna get it because we're in proximity?
What's going on?
Or is he just gonna die?
You idiot. I am sorry.
What's going on? There's like a fireball exploding in front of him.
Huh?
Sorry, Katarina, we didn't listen to you.
Vice Commander!
What is it?
Well, we just received a report that a knight has entered the hall.
Recall him at once. The
Dead.
commander must not be disturbed.
Yes, ma'am.
It's too late. The damage is done.
Tell me that we don't look like Johnny Depp. Laszlo looks like Edward Scissorhands. I can't unsee it.
Commander? Did you do something to him?
Get real, dude. Get real.
Commander Glenn is dead. He collapsed right in front of me. And then he vanished.
What?
It was him. He did it to the commander.
You have got to be kidding me. Bro. There is no way you're gonna do that. Huh? Hello? What? What in the Majora's Mask do we have here? Hello, Red Orb. Rockgi, take care of your mother. What? Okay. A boy named Rockgi. Okay. I'll see you later. Be careful. I have a feeling I'll catch a big one today. Just wait and see. Oh. Okay, so this is similar to what we heard, what kind of like the vibe of what we heard in our dream. This is also very similar, if not the same, like little creepy atonal music. So it seems like we're hearing like people's thoughts, or we're like seeing into other people's lives almost. Do not confirm any of this, by the way. Please. I don't want to know anything. I'm just thinking out loud so people know what I'm thinking about. These are not actual questions. Rocky, Rikie. Looks like Daddy won't make it back. Huh? What in the world is this? I cannot believe that Snow tried to pin it on us, dude. What the hell?
Please, kill me. Put me out of my misery.
Oh, a battle. This is dark. It's also possible that we are in some way interacting with people who previously held this rune? We did what you said.
Thank you, Rakuji.
Rakuji.
Take care of your mother. Someday, we'll be together again. I promise you.
And he crumbled. Rakuji. Not how I would expect that to be pronounced. Okay. I need to stop here for a second and write some stuff down before we get into more. So, let's see. What was the last thing I wrote down? I remember what happened. We prepare to attack. Okay. So, we engage the pirate forces. Glenn stays in his room and says, "Don't come in." We fight well, but are outnumbered. Glenn uses the rune and destroys a bunch of ships from the roof. The rest flee in terror. And I'm going to make a note here that Dario was among them, because that may be important. We rush to Glenn. Snow is also there. Laszlo's hand glows with same aura as Glenn's. Rune reacts. Big burst of light. Glenn's final word to Snow: "You will suffer the same fate." Something like that. And I love that he called him "you idiot" like 2 or 3 times. Glenn disintegrates. Like Brando. And it seems as though the rune passes to Laszlo. Snow freaks and blames Laszlo for Glenn's death. That is so enraging. Cannot believe that. Okay. We've got ads. Oh, the ads have already started. Man, where are my timers tonight? That's a bummer. Well, we don't need to run anymore. We don't need to run any more Smash bouts tonight. I'm not going to advance the gameplay until we get back from the ad. So let me just keep recapping here. I don't know what's up with my timers tonight. I'm supposed to get an alert 5 minutes before the ad starts, so that I can get the prediction ready and let people know. And then there's supposed to be another notification and timer that pops up when the ad actually starts. And none of that's been working tonight. It's weird. I've had other times where it doesn't work, but it's, you know, more often than not, it does work, luckily. But I don't know how to troubleshoot it other than just, like, refreshing, and that doesn't seem to be doing it. So maybe there's just something wrong with Twitch tonight, or OBS, or one of the bots. You know, too many things to troubleshoot. We'll just try it again next time, I guess. I don't think anybody's been out of shape about it, so. And then we still have more to write here, so after all this, Laszlo collapses and goes into some subconscious state. We interact with red orbs in a void and hear conversations similar to the dream we had. And then I'm going to write down my theory of previous rune holders? Question mark. All right, we're back from the ad. Sorry about that, y'all. My timers are not working. So I didn't run a Smash fight or a prediction or anything like that. I just finished writing down my notes, but we're going to continue the game now.
Are you saying that Laszlo killed Sir Glenn?
Is this true, Snow? What exactly did you see?
Snow, I know that you're a smart lad. Now pull yourself together and tell us what happened to the commander.
The commander was down when I arrived. Then Laszlo collapsed too. I was too late.
Well, did you hear that, Vice Commander Katerina? It appears that a quarrel of some sort occurred between him and the commander.
But the commander was not one to fight with his knights. He always treated them fairly and equally.
Then perhaps he was not satisfied with just being treated equally.
Laszlo? But how could this be?
It's clear that Laszlo expected special treatment from the commander. Perhaps that explains why Snow was sent on that dangerous mission.
Except he didn't think it was dangerous. Wow, okay, so like father, like son, the kings of spin are at it again.
He should have been satisfied with just being made a knight.
How ungrateful. He was lucky to have been taken in at all. It seems we had more to fear from our comrades than from the pirates.
Hey, come to think of it, Commander Glenn was inexplicably injured during the incident with the escort ship as well. Maybe the same kind of thing happened then, too. What do you think?
Yep, we got the rune on our hand.
I'm coming in. We have settled on your punishment.
Wow, they just took him at his word.
You will be exiled from the kingdom. You will be cast out to sea, and you are never to return to Gaian.
It's Secret of Mana all over again.
You will depart tomorrow. Until then, you are confined to your quarters.
Alright, obviously we're going to refute this. I did not kill the commander.
I know you would not try to escape, but I must lock this room until tomorrow morning. It's nothing personal. I'm sorry, but you should be grateful that you aren't to be beheaded.
Wow. That's nuts that after everything Snow has done, they just believe him.
Listen, I believe you, all right?
Thank you!
Have faith.
The boys.
When he's ready, please escort him to the harbor.
I'm sorry. Let's go.
We've got our normie clothes on now. Did she say kingdom? I was actually wondering because they haven't really specified.
If fortune favors you, it's possible you may be picked up by a passing ship. Commander Glenn trusted you. I don't understand why it had to come to this. Was that trust misplaced? What was it? Fare thee well.
This is not how exile works, by the way.
I never imagined that we would lose you like this. All right. Prepare to sail.
Exile is not walking the plank. Oh, really? There's an inconsistency, huh? Interesting. I mean, there are dukes in kingdoms, so, like, that makes sense. Yeah, could be a translation thing. Vice Commander, you seem tired.
Yes.
Having Snow as our new commander seems somehow...
There will be times when I cannot gainsay him. It is something Commander Glenn once said, I just remembered now.
My sympathies.
We should return to the hall now.
Yes, ma'am.
My sympathies? Oh, who could possibly understand what I am feeling inside?
Us, if you would tell us more. Were you in love with Glenn? Was he your father figure? Was he your best friend? Would love to know. What?
Hey! We
Yo!
thought we'd tag along for the ride.
Wow. Okay.
Come on, let's row towards land.
Yo! My girlies!
We brought oars.
Hanging
too.
with my girlies!
Back here. What's wrong? Something made a sound in there.
And they got their normie clothes on too. Oh no! Chiapu is here!
Could it be Mr. Chipu?
Chipu. Look, I love a joke character as much as the next guy, but I don't want him in my party. I just want to appreciate them from a distance. I love that my friends believe me, though.
Like I said, I've been hitching rides on ships to various kingdoms to see the world. You know... Oh, you don't have to preach about life being so tough for someone young like me. Besides, I'm going to become a great merchant someday.
He does not come off as young. Maybe that's a joke.
You have to endure some hardships to achieve your dreams. So, where is this ship headed? Due to certain circumstances, this ship was sent adrift.
At the very least, we can never return to the Gaian Kingdom.
Oh, I see. So this ship is for exiles then. But we have to go somewhere, right?
That is true, just as you said. So, okay, so Paula's speech trope is that she's like a computer, basically. She's very matter-of-fact and calculated and well-spoken. So this guy thought he was just bumming a ride for fun, and then he finds out that we've been completely exiled and we can't go back to where he lives. Okay, this is pretty nutty. Okay. Katarina, presumably now in command. You know, she's the one making the decisions, passing the judgment on me, on behalf of everybody. Believes Snow's account and is slightly or more question mark influenced by Lord Vingerhut. Laszlo avoids execution but is exiled to sea and cannot return to Gaian. By the way, can I just say, slam dunk, I was 100% right that we're not going to be able to go back to the early area, just like Secret of Mana. We were exiled, and we could never go back to that first area. We'll be able to go back there at some point, because there's recruitable characters, I'm sure, but it's funny how similar it is, and how I guessed it so exactly. Jewel, Paula, and Chipu stow away on our ship. Not really sure how they would have done that. It is wild to think that Jewel and Paula supported us enough to literally leave their entire lives behind to be stranded at sea with us. Like, I knew they were our friends, but I would not have guessed that we were this close. I really appreciated the scene where Tal and Kenneth were like, hey man, this sucks, like, we believe you, but like, you know, kind of also implying that like, we'll figure this out, like, we also believe in you, that you will figure out a way to overcome this somehow. And like, it sucks that we have to part, but like, we're glad that you're not going to be dead because you're our friend and we care about you. Obviously they didn't say all that, but that was how I interpreted that scene. That was a good scene. Tal and Kenneth wished us well. Katarina, not so much. Okay, can I save here? Perfect. Oh, not slot 2. I was like... I guess for now I will branch my save just in case for some reason we realize we want to go back. I don't think there's really going to be any reason to. This is where we're going to cut it off for the night. Yeah, that's true. That does happen in Suikoden 1 as well. It happens in a way in Suikoden 2, but it doesn't happen it happens before the game starts. Like we go back to our hometown and we're not welcome there, and we kind of have to like be there in secret. There's a touch of that too. Trying to remember the beginning of Suikoden 1. Suikoden 2 is much fresher in my mind. Oh, yes. Gregminster. Yes, Gregminster is very much the same in Suikoden 1. Mm-hmm. The prologue area becomes the late game area. What can I say? I've played a lot of RPGs. Alright, folks. This seems like a pretty good stopping point. I appreciate y'all hanging out. I had a really good time tonight. We experienced so much. Like, let's just take a moment here. 1, 2, 3, 4, just shy of 5 pages of notes from today. That's wild. Anyways, let's find somebody to raid here. You already know. I know this is kind of like the Saturday raid, but like B's playing Final Fantasy VIII with some mods. That's where I'm gonna be for the rest of the night. So I would feel really disingenuous raiding somebody else just for variety, and then like leaving their stream after 20 minutes or whatever to go over to B's and hang out for the rest of the night. So we're just gonna raid into B. We're gonna be honest with ourselves. That's where we're going. I don't get to watch B very often, so gotta take it while we can get it. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, y'all are great. I'm gonna hit the button here. Where is it? There it is. Appreciate y'all being here. We will be back on Tuesday with a brand new game. Oh my god, we're gonna close out the poll right now. This is so exciting. Let's go have a look. What's it gonna be? The new Tuesday game. The Backlog Boys exclusive. What's it gonna be? We're gonna be playing... Oh, this is so exciting. So the final vote, if you look at the reacts, is a tie, but because of the kicker from the Discord despot, we are going to be playing. Let me double check. Oh, Halo Killer's trying to come in at the last second here. It's still not enough to break the tie. Nice swoop. But we're playing Dirge of Cerberus on Tuesday. So I'll see you later. Thank you again, everybody. We're going to play another janky shooter. But this time it's not Metroid. Let's go say hi to B. We'll be back a week from today with more Suikoden. Sunday bonus stream when we fill up the gold bar. Y'all the best. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. Later.
You